like a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind-the-scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh,
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become.
I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is the perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back.
I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. When I started, it was John and I, there was two of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Senemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well.
Welcome to the Charity Cup. This is the latest in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, the rapid play online events organised by the Play Magnus Group. And this Charity Cup is a very special event, as the Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund, to raise funds for children in Ukraine. So if you feel like donating, then please do. And you can see the links on the screen. And so far, $52,618 has been raised. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much to everyone that's already donated. And well, if you're entertained by this event, then please do consider supporting UNICEF. That would be absolutely fantastic. I'd also like to mention another supporting partner of the Play Magnus Group, and that is NEAR, that is NEAR, NEAR, who are a company that specializes in blockchain technology, blockchain development of technology, and they have donated $25,000 to UNICEF. That's absolutely fantastic. And one of the projects they're involved in is facilitating the organization of funds, specifically cryptocurrency, for Unchain.fund, which is helping, cryptocurrencies, collecting cryptocurrencies that directly benefit humanitarian causes and even individuals in Ukraine. So that's near.fund. So you can check that one, near.org, you can check that one out. So we have another day's play. This is our third day. So we're in the preliminaries. So we've already had 8 rounds. We have 7 to go. And now it is getting really tight as the players fight for the 8 top spots. And as ever, I'm welcoming back Peter Leko, who is the lead commentator here on this channel. So Peter, how are you doing?
Yeah, hello Daniel, hello everyone. Well, as you said, yeah, today is a very, very important day, very crucial day for everyone who wants to get a chance to qualify. We have seen that there is some incredible race for, I guess, like the 6th position till like 12th, 13th. There are still lot of points to up for grabs, and we have some incredible fights already. The very first round we have Rapport versus Niemann. I mean, a very, very important game there. But of course, the game of the round, I guess it's gonna be Prague versus Magnus Carlsen, and we know exactly what happened in the previous event where Prague managed to make this incredible upset by beating Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, which went completely viral all around the world. So certainly Magnus is very eager to take revenge, but at the same time, I also feel like with the black pieces, he will also be a bit cautious and make it sure that nothing can happen to him. And if he gets a chance, then he will strike. But after losing a game to a youngster, you know, I feel like you automatically little bit adjust your play.
And yes, let's just remind ourselves that Pragnananda is in 7th position at the moment, so he is in the top 8. So he's set at the moment, he's set to qualify for the knockout phase. He has 12 points, but it is incredibly tight round about that 8th spot. He has 12, Rapport has 12. In 8th position, we have Jordan van Foreest with 11, and David Anton, he's in 9th position with 11. And then we have David Navarro on 10, Vidit on 10, Eric Hansen 8, Hari Krishna on 8. And then we drop to Garwain Jones on 5, Lei Tingjie and Zhu Wenjun on 2. So it is still really tight to see who can get into the top half of the tournament. And well, today we will have a better idea. I don't think it's going to be completely decided today, but we will have a much better idea of who is going to make the cut. But yeah, I'm obviously intrigued to see how Prag gets on against Carlsen, because, well, even though Prag he's still very young, he's 16 years old, he's still something of an unknown quantity as far as the top players go. I think that's important. He's played so much chess already in his young life. But as far as, you know, the elite players like Magnus and others go, he's still something of an unknown quantity. So they need time to adjust, and then we'll see exactly how strong he is.
Well, I think that how strong he is, it's kind of clear already. I mean, he really has the potential to be, you know, one of the very, very best. And basically then we will see how far he can go. But I mean that the top 10 potential or top 5 potential is in Praga. I think no one has any doubts about it. He has already proven it. He also has this incredible dynamic feeling. Yeah, that's also something that comes naturally from this incredible talent. You can't really learn it, and he has it. In this regard, okay, we also should be fair, because I mentioned that Prag beat Magnus in the previous event, but Magnus has beaten Prag with the black pieces in Vikings in a classical game, so it's 1 each. Prag is not leading, so just not to mislead anyone there. But I mean, nobody has any doubts about Prag's abilities. But of course, the road is very, very tough, and you have to sacrifice everything. You have to devote all your life in order to become a full professional chess player to succeed on the very top.
Okay, do you know what, that sentence of yours there sounded quite heartfelt, Peter, as you made it to the almost to the summit of the chess world. Do you? Okay, I'm going to ask a tough question here. You said you have to sacrifice everything. Like I said, that sounded very personal. Is that how you feel about your chess career?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, maybe now with the computers, things are changing because you can learn everything so much faster and everything is much more accessible. Yeah, and usually one of the main criteria of a chess talent is the ability to learn. Yeah, and to get all the information inside you, build and develop your talent. And of course, maybe now with new technology and everything, it's easier. But I mean, in our times, it really felt like, you know, if you want to succeed, then you have to give all. I mean, and not only you, your surrounding, your parents, coaches, so on. I mean, it's really, really tough, really tough.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, you did also mention one word there. We know how strong he is. We know that he has the potential. At the moment, it's still potential. And, you know, he's not there yet. You know, let's just look at his rating. He's 26.64. He still has a long way to climb. And there is so much competition. I mean, not just generally there's competition, but even just within his own nation. You know, India has so much talent there, so many players who could potentially make it to the top. I know that's maybe a topic for another time. Let's hit the chess straight away. So I think we should look at the game between Ramesh Babu Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen. Let's see. Is it going to be a Grunfeld or is it a King's Indian?
Exactly. That's the very, very big question. I mean, usually I feel like, you know, yes, and it's a Grunfeld. Very interesting, because I do recall Praga going for CD5 and then E4, knight C3, BC, queen A4 check. In Anna, he doesn't go for it. He goes for knight F3, bishop E3. I mean, one of the most solid and at the same time quite annoying line for black. Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik has really contributed a lot to this system by beating Garry Kasparov in that very, very famous game. I think it was the second game of their match in London, year 2000.
It was indeed. I remember it very, very well. I was there and commentating live on that game, and it was a brilliant performance by Kramnik. And after it, Kasparov, well, he really understood that he had a very tough match on his hands after that brilliant victory in that second game.
Yeah, and it also set the tone for the match, because Kasparov had to abandon. I mean, he really felt like this whole system, the way how Kramnik prepared, forced him to abandon his beloved Grünfeld, which definitely he has spent hundreds of hours or thousands of hours, analyzing it, preparing it. But Kramnik felt, found that one little spot where Gary was very, very uncomfortable. This line, which is now played, it's I think got popular around 2012. I do remember the Istanbul Olympics. It was the times when MVL was defending this type of line, this type of positions, and this exact line with the black pieces. And queen takes a to d5, a very, very sharp battle, and basically it shows like both these guys are going for the maximum.
Yeah, frankly, I'm intrigued to see Magnus play the Grünfeld. I'm just wondering whether this was somehow, is this a legacy of the World Championship? Some preparation that maybe we didn't see played out on the board. It's possible. I don't know. Magnus has played so many different systems with black. It's just a thought. I don't know.
Well, one thing is for sure that since Jan Nepomniachtchi's main opening used to be the Grünfeld, and Magnus has played a lot of d4s in the match, it was clear that they have done incredible amount of job on the Grünfeld. In this regard, it might be that Magnus is trying to use something from that work. On the other hand, this one is really a very, very sharp line. It comes down to who is better prepared, because if one of the sides is better prepared in this position, it can really make a big difference. If both are on their own, then of course it's just a street fight.
I think it's going to be a street fight anyway. All right, so listen, maybe we should let that one unfold, and let's turn to another one. Let me see. How about your compatriot? How about Raport Richard, as we say in Szeged?
Yes, that's true. Richie is doing something very, very strange, but the position looks very reasonable. The reason why I say it's strange, because yes, this is kind of an Italian structure, but you never see this bishop on g2, and also the bishop on b2 is very rarely getting developed there. But now that he got the center and he managed to maintain the center, I'm actually loving what he got. It does look like a very safe position and something where white can put some pressure. Let's take a look. How did we get here? So it was knight f3, knight c6, and the move d3. So this time not g3, which Richie has played in the first round against you and June, but now playing d3, knight f6, g3. So going for, what is this, reversed Philidor? No, not exactly, because black did not push d5, he only pushed d6. Okay, very interesting, because now we get a very standard kind of Italian structure, but usually white's bishop is on c4, knight's on g2. And this is very good, because whenever black goes knight g6, then usually black is trying to create counterplay on the king side. But now with bishop g2, usually white goes rook e1, bishop f1, goes g3, bishop g2. So actually white is benefiting big time here. And this is the current position.
We should mention that Hans Niemann from the United States, he's 18 years old and currently performing very well in the tournament. He's in 4th position with 14 points. So yeah, interesting to see him. He's really obviously learned an enormous amount after the first online event that he played in. And c4, so Richie advancing in the middle of the board, and well, this space advantage does look very, very pleasant indeed for white.
Yes, but on the other hand, for example, after ed4, probably white will take with the bishop, because you can't really tolerate this bishop on b6. So let's just talk about this exchange on d4. But if you take with the bishop, then also somehow the dark squares Yes, you do have a lot of space and it looks very nice. But maybe it's too risky for black to just take like this, because let's just talk in general terms that if white develops and eventually gets something like this going, then black's pieces will have real trouble. So it's a very big question how black should react to this move. Yeah, go CB5. What is quite intriguing, look at the clock situation. I mean, it's 50 minutes versus 13 and a half. I mean, this is somehow the young generation. Yeah, they blitz out things. I'm pretty sure that the older generation would try to, you know, get deep into the position to try to understand everything, which is, by the way, probably simply impossible in online rapid play. And these younger players understand that they are just so much more practical.
Yeah, well, I think somehow they're more used to playing online chess, actually. Now,
Yes.
big decision.
Yeah, CB. Okay, this is the most natural way to recapture. Because after all, let's just mention the difference. Yeah, that if white captures with AB5, then eventually after taking on D4, what we have been talking about before, there is a huge weakness on C4, which black can very quickly target with the rook C8 95. Probably that was the reason why white decided that no, I'm not going to give this for black. I'm going to take CB5. Rook C8 played anyway. Yeah, black maintains the tension. I like it. Yeah, because D5 is not a threat because white will hit on F2. So just to illustrate that, takes, runs into both knight G4, or bishop takes F2 first and then knight G4, probably winning for black.
Well, in fact, Peter, with that in mind, actually, the move that I would like to play with white is to throw in H3. Oh, yeah, he's played H3.
It's on the board. The board.
I would feel much more secure with white after that move, just to stop the knight coming to G4. And that gives white more options in the center.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, H3 has to be played, but okay, you know, there was this moment when I said that I like this bishop on G2 and so on, but I also feel that black's position is absolutely fine. I'm not exactly sure if white had to play this C4. I really liked my pawn on C3 covering the D4 square, and I wanted to, you know, slowly maneuver, but somehow this C6 disbalanced white's plan a bit. But now black has to find, of course, a good move how to keep the tension. Yeah, after all, as you said, yeah, white has a space advantage. You always have to watch out that suddenly, for example, queen d7 at the moment is natural because hits the pawn. But for example, after king h2 already, black has to reckon with d5 trapping the bishop. So a lot of details to consider.
But, I mean, black feels a bit squashed. So I wonder whether it might be the time to take on d4 and perhaps put the knight on e5.
So ED, yeah, would be a choice.
It's quite, I mean, obviously committal.
Yeah, and then probably I still prefer to capture with the bishop somehow, because knight d4, knight e5, I also have to watch out for some fork with knight d6. Okay, I can also play the move queen e2. It's not the end of the world, definitely not.
But also risky with the rook on e8.
Yeah, a bit strange. Maybe some d5 ideas are coming.
Yeah, exactly.
It can easily happen, but queen d7 on the board for the moment. Yeah, white blitzes out also king h2. And now the big question and d5. Okay, black breaks in the center, but where does this break lead to? I'm a little bit struggling to.
Well, F2 is on pre's in some positions, which is going to help.
Yeah, but hang on. I mean, if we take the most natural, yeah, after d5, usually always knight takes e5 is the move. So you have to capture, takes. You have to take on e4, I guess.
Yeah.
But why is this attractive for black? I mean, if I just take, and even I trade the queens, I mean, at least I'm having an advantage. No, I can even take bishop e4 and bishop f2, rook e2, b7 pawn is hanging. I don't really understand this. I mean,
yeah, it looks safe enough, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it might just be winning for white. I don't know. This pawn is hanging on b7. What is Hans's intention? Yeah, knight takes e5, and How does Hans react on camera? Is he shaking his head? I mean, he is, I think, very, very annoyed now because he has 11 minutes on his clock. There was just no reason to hurry rush with this queen d7, d5. And now he might be regretting it.
Yeah, it's forcing, absolutely forcing.
Yeah, and I think Richie is now, the only reason why he's holding himself back, because if it's good for me, it might be just winning. And I haven't spent any time yet. That's how Richie can think. Yeah, just take on d7, take on e4, and b7 is hanging.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks, Peter, it looks like a really convincing line. Listen, let's move on. Let's who should we go to next?
Well, I want to come back to Magnus's game because we are seeing some real strategical fireworks. I mean, this move now, c5, c4, very, very typical for all these lines, sacrificing the pawn back, but opening up the the files, the c file. Let's just go back here. So it happened, castles d5. I mean, castles queen a2, d5, knight d7, h3, bishop f3, gf. So white wants to go f4, e5, a typical way of shutting down black's bishop with wonderful compensation. Magnus goes queen a5, hitting the pawn on c3. And after the move queen d2, he goes for c5, c4, immediately using the chance, not allowing white to fix the position. And if white goes f4, then, okay, black has all kinds of ideas. In fact, there was a game, Magnus against Grishuk in Stavanger, or where it was. I think maybe it was in Stavanger, 2018.
Where Magnus pushed with f4, f5.
Exactly, Magnus won that game, and also h4, h5, and it was exactly this kind of structure. I think there Magnus took with the bishop on f3, then came back to e2, and then went f4, e5.
But it was a rather different position because it was equal pawns. I mean, yes, there was no pawn captured on the queen side. And
exactly.
In this way, black just has far more counterplay.
Yeah, well, first of all, black is a pawn up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something for me a little bit strange. Let me just come back 1 second to this position, that if you kind of anticipate that probably black's next move going to be c5, c4 after queen d2, is there an argument to try to play c4 yourself? I mean, I think there is a good argument, but usually you always have to watch out for some bishop d4 ideas in some positions, because definitely in this position, if white gets f4, e5, white will be super happy. So sometimes a timely pawn sacrifice with bishop d4 can get a normal position, but it's very complex. However, now queen d2, c4, queen b2 on the board, and I feel like, okay, this is now definitely going Magnus's way. I mean, if white lost or sacrificed the pawn and allowed c5, c4, and he doesn't really have a clear plan, then black should just be better.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it's possible simply to protect the pawn on c4 with b5, because rook a1, well, the c3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, but at the same time, then at least your pawn structure gets damaged. Yeah. For example, you have to retreat. I take on b5.
Well, no, actually, I wanted to take on c3 with the queen.
Ah, yes, you like this. Yeah, okay, queen c3, queen b5.
And I was hoping there was a big move for black in this position.
Ah, but hang on, you can take with the bishop. You can take with the bishop.
Ah.
And then rook a5 takes, and after rook b5 goes c3. This is interesting, no? I mean, getting a bishop on b2 protected by the pawn. But still, I'm not entirely sure if Magnus really wants some kind of a forced direction, or just to go back with the queen to c. Actually, the reason why I played b5, rook a1, queen c7, pardon me, that I already had queen c7 here in mind. It's also an option. I mean, Magnus is spoiled with lovely choices, I feel.
I suppose after queen c7, I was wondering if queen b4 is a move.
Trying to hit both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I will move the knight to e5 probably. And then f4, knight d3 takes, and yeah, you might capture the d3 pawn. Yeah, this is not a good idea. Maybe you just push c4, rook d1, and you collect. It doesn't feel right. Yeah. All right. Okay. So
I don't know. It's very, very sharp. It's all in the details. But I don't know. Feels like black should be all right here to me.
Yes, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Listen. Let's move on. Let's go to Jordan van Foreest against Ding Liren. It's another fried liver attack, knight g5 or two knights or whatever you call it.
Yes, and now it's the first time that it looks quite successful for white. Yeah, it's Jordan playing from the white side. And I think that this is the only justification that if you ever enter this line with white, you have to be super prepared. You have to know everything and you have to be the one to surprise the opponent first. Maybe just very quickly we can check how did this happen. So, okay, this is still exactly the same as Nightingale games were going. Castles, knight f4, knight c3, takes, castles. Knight e4. I think Tingier was always starting with b3. Jordan starts knight e4. Rook e8, queen a4, and he goes for some very, very quick forced line with queen a4 followed by b4, bishop f8, b4, knight b7, queen takes c6, grabbing a second pawn. Ding Liren, after spending quite some time, I mean, look at the clock situation, is down to only 6 minutes and opted for the move queen d7, offering a trade of queens with being 2 pawns done. Interesting.
Well, there's a lot of weak pawns in white's position.
Yeah.
After this trade, yeah.
Yeah, in fact, just trading looks very nice for black, yeah, because you are, even if white stops, then you break with a5, bishop b5.
Bishop b5 was the move I was looking at, yeah, which looks very tasty indeed. And then black's only 1 pawn down.
Exactly, well, and basically, I mean, white might be very happy getting rid of the d2 pawn, but yeah, white will never consider capturing on d7, allowing this bishop to come alive so easily.
But Ding has invested a lot of time. He's down to 6 minutes already. Ooh.
Yeah, so maybe just to move like queen c4, queen c3, queen c4. But the point was that the queen on c6 is so irritating, yeah, because the bishop cannot develop due to the vulnerable knight on b7. The knight cannot really move. The move queen d7 is quite classy. And now, okay, we are expecting some queen c4 or queen c3 retreat.
Okay, that's a very double-edged battle. Let's move on to another board. Where should we go next?
Well, we have Leko against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. A very, very big clash for the standings, because Leko is leading very comfortably, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda is the one with Magnus Carlsen who is trailing the second place and just 4 points behind. And look at this, the position is extra sharp.
I'm looking at those light squares on the king side. Looks very funny for white.
Yeah, the clock situation is more or less equal. It certainly was a Meran. Yeah, when we look at this position, it's obvious that this had to be a Meran. Yeah, with queen c2. Yeah, that's it. Usually we see all these big theoretical battles here. And they enter this territory. Okay, so if you are not prepared exactly for that specific game, then it's very difficult to recall all the precise moves, because it's just a big jungle, very big jungle.
Certainly is.
Yeah, this is how we ended up in this position.
Okay, so there's a knight on g4 which needs some attention. So what happens if knight e5? Let's put it back on e5.
Knight moves back, yeah. Feels like a good move. Good move. Unless, can I sacrifice on g7 somehow?
What?
Yes.
What?
Let me.
What
You
are
don't expect this
Pe-
from me, yeah? But
Peter, Peter.
those are not my pieces, yeah? So I can.
Okay, well, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay, so check, another check.
All right, where's the safe square? Maybe it has no safe square. Okay, I'll put it back on h8, just for fun.
On h8, yeah. And okay, now I'm claiming that okay, these guys are a little bit far away, but unfortunately I can't play bishop g5 due to the fork. Yeah, so maybe I have to eliminate this knight and then.
Can the queen come over? That's the question.
Yeah, but it will, because you always have bishop f8 once I take on e5, okay, and then you can always sacrifice rook f5. No, it's not working. That's why I don't sacrifice pieces, because when I sacrifice they don't work, you know. It's yeah, but knight e5 is a nice move. I mean, knight e5 is a nice move, because the reason why I felt tempted to sacrifice, because I felt like if I'm not sacrificing I might just end up being worse.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that knight would love to land on d3.
Yeah, so I have to play probably rook fd1. I don't know, it's... Actually, wow, okay,
our producer is giving us a little hint here that actually taking on e5 and then playing knight g4 is an interesting way to play with potentially some sacrifices. Well,
wow, but I mean, this is so counterintuitive. By the way, I think one of the point is also that if you move the bishop, then there is a knight d4 fork as well. That's kind of, but very computerish. In any case, Duda has opted for knight takes e3, simple chess, maybe sensing the danger, yeah, because okay, we just got into the position without really feeling what and why things were happening. But after knight takes e3, white is, I mean, intuitively, first
bishop
I would
takes,
take
yeah?
with the bishop, yeah.
Let's get rid of one of the bishops.
Yeah, but of course you even don't need, I mean, you can play for small advantage by simply taking, or even
Bishop
just
f8,
going back.
yeah, bishop
Yeah.
f8 feels like a natural move to cover everything.
Yeah, bishop takes e3 on the board.
Yeah, bishop f8 I like, and then there's the option to play c5.
Yeah, if you even get c5, you might just be strategically winning.
Still feels like black is doing very well, because white has to manage the pawn on e4. Yeah, light squares, of course. Even the pawn on a5 is a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and okay, these pieces are lovely. Yeah, it's just lovely. That's why I tried to go for some completely crazy attack, but I mean, strategically speaking, black is just clearly better. And in such positions, usually one has the feeling that if nothing happens, bishop f8 on the board, nothing extraordinary, then black, doesn't matter who plays this game, black might just end up winning this.
Yeah. No, it looks really, really strong. There's even the possibility to just push the queen on c2 and then take on e4, because b3 and well, if the queen wants to hang on to the pawn, then it has to go to the miserable square b1. So there are and c5, as you mentioned, it looks very poor for white, actually.
Yeah, it looks very, very poor, and maybe it's also a chance. We see that our leader is in some trouble.
We're being told that Richard is doing well, doing very well indeed.
Yeah, well, I mean, no surprise there. Yeah, it happened the way we were discussing, and Hans already could not capture on f2 because the b7 pawn would fall, and then after rook c7, this is kind of just agreeing to play pawn down and the worst position. Bishop is coming. Okay, so that was the point, because white was setting to come to d6 with the bishop. There is a nice little line. So in fact, tactically speaking, this bishop a3 was well calculated, because after bishop c4, rook c2, the move rook takes e5 runs into bishop d6, rook takes e4, bishop takes e7, bishop takes e7, and then rook ac1, pinning the bishop.
Sneaky, very sneaky.
Yes, seems to be the point. And like this, then black was unable to go for this. Then white simply stabilized the pawn up position. F4. However, okay, now with bishop on b3 targeting the a4 pawn, there is some life, but bishop on c7 is also kind of dead.
Yeah, it's some technical difficulties. Let's go to Prague against Magnus, because some developments there.
Yes, certainly. And in fact, the line featured what we have been discussing. b5, rook a1, queen takes c3 takes, knight b6, rook ac1, queen f6, king g2, c3, f4. I mean, still nothing really changed. I mean, in a sense that it's looking okay, good for black, but still very, very complex, and anything can happen. Yeah, white is trying to get e4, e5 in.
In such positions, you know, apart from the mess all over the board, I start to look at the king positions, and black's king looks very safe, and white's king, well, you know, there is potential for the position to open and the king to be rather insecure. e5 played by Magnus.
Yeah, e5. That's kind of a surprising move.
Very, very committal.
But actually, it makes a lot of sense. We have been talking about that. Yeah, white is starting to go e4, e5, and usually the problem with a move like e5 is that by undoubling the f pawn, it does not mean that white will push again f4. However, after fe5, queen e5, suddenly the e4 pawn gets very, very vulnerable. And with rook fe8, white will never be in time to go f4, and then this e4 pawn might be a big weakness. So white might not be able to play the most natural move fe5, and if he has, maybe he has to take d6, but it's not a move you want to make.
Looks like a good move, and Magnus with a nice little time advantage, 6 minutes against, well, just under 3 minutes for Prague. Yeah, feels like Magnus has a very nice initiative there. It's very hard to control black's play, actually.
Exactly. I
Very
mean, now with little time on the clock, yeah, and Prague goes for d6. Not an easy choice. Not at all. Yeah, d queen e6, e5.
Okay, so the pawn on c3 is now attacked as the diagonal has been cut from the bishop. So yeah, exactly. Let's put a rook over and defend. Oh, got to watch out for bishop g4.
Yes, but bishop g4, queen c6 check is still possible.
Good enough.
However, okay, who knows? Maybe this pawn on c3 can't really be protected in long terms, but I don't see a direct way to collect it. But yeah, just shows that how, yeah, e5 is on the board, and now Magnus has to decide. I mean, also looking at the evaluation bar, yeah, it's a little bit confusing, because evaluation bar says like the position is almost completely equal. If I would not be seeing the evaluation bar, I would definitely be thinking that black has clear advantage, and okay, white might survive, but this is certainly very, very nice for black.
Yeah, let's where should we spin to next? There are a few games we haven't looked at at all. How about David Navarra playing black against Lei Tingjie?
Yeah, this is some kind of a massage. I mean, little better for black, but I mean, not the most exciting of the positions. I guess we can leave it.
Yeah,
we can come back later to see if the massage is still on, but yeah, this is not so critical. I mean, I feel like this Jordan Van Forest Dingliden game has the potential to escalate. White is still 2 pawns up, and yeah, those pawns are ugly. However, this pawn on d3 very nicely guards The e4 pawn, yeah, white goes bishop a3, getting rid of the two bishops, developing. And if rook h6 mating attack can be dealt nicely, then actually black should not have enough. But how do we deal with rook h6?
Phew. Okay, that's mad.
Yeah, rook h6 on the board. Okay, of course,
F3,
knight f3, yeah.
And maybe if necessary, he can knock the queen away with knight g3, I guess. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, this is the point. And then you have time to trade on f8 because it threatens mate on g7, and then already you reshuffle the pieces. Yeah. Then in fact England is in a big trouble. And down to less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, the knight on b7, it needs to get in the game, but it can't. This is the big problem, actually.
Yeah. This is, yeah, because any knight jump to d5 now and then to f4 would change things, but yeah, it's looking really good for Jordan, and he needs this victory. Yeah, if with this victory he would immediately bounce back to real to be one of the real contenders for.
Yeah, he's in 8th position at the moment with 11 points. So yeah, big game. And Ding has 13 and Jordan has 11.
Yeah, he can immediately overpass him. Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes very fast. Of course, yeah, still a lot of runs to go, but psychologically, it's also very important. It's a big point. Yeah, beating Ding Liren can give you wings.
And Lei Kuang Yem apparently has a big advantage against Duda. Let's just check that one.
What?
How did that transform?
Wow, what a change. And just in a couple of moves. I mean, how on earth could this happen? I mean, bishop takes c3, bishop f8 looked like such a lovely advantage for black. Rook fd1. I mean, okay, just after the move c5. Okay, knight d6, chances for white to survive, but okay, what is happening? Rook a d8, rook d8, rook d8, knight d4. All of a sudden, the pawn on c6 is hanging. Queen h5, queen takes c6, bishop d3, queen c7. Wow, and Duda is down to 1.5 minutes as well. I mean, it's shocking turn of events.
Okay, let's try and keep some initiative somehow. How are we going to organize this? All right, first things first, the rook is on prise.
Yeah, rook e8. You have to, yeah, fine. You have to move the rook. And now white plays f3, and how do you proceed?
Is it possible to play? I was looking at bishop c5, but it looks so flimsy. It looks very shaky.
Yeah, it was also the only move that I considered, but can I play then g4? And the bishop has...
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah, suddenly white seems to be in total control and unbelievable. I mean, Lek Wang Liam's opening handling didn't look impressive, but how he managed to use the momentum when suddenly Duda has missed something or felt too comfortable is showing why he's up there. He's super sharp. Queen h3 on the board. But okay, the queen f1 mate would be there if not for the rook on a1. But okay, like this,
we can dream. We can dream.
Yes. I mean, trying some rook c8, yeah, probably, yeah.
Well, okay, if I'm going to be really greedy, can I just play queen takes a7? Is that possible?
You can. Yes, you can.
I mean,
I don't see the attack. I don't see any threats.
Does he want to play rook e4? Rook e4 here. Is that his idea?
Yeah, that's his idea, yeah. That's his idea, definitely.
Oh,
but maybe. I mean, okay, you can even ignore rook e4. You just go bishop f2. And what is the, I mean, if you just really want to rely on this pawn and push it.
Wow.
But I mean, taking on a7, it's not an easy move to take on a7. I mean, I guess in time table, especially, you want to control, not to give your opponent any kind of tactical possibilities.
He's played knight f5.
Knight f5. a very, very nice move. First of all, it stops rook takes e4 because there is knight h4 protecting the mate.
Ah, yes.
Let's
Bishop
just show this.
f3 played.
I mean,
No?
first of all, okay, white does not have to take, but there is this defense.
Yeah, that's a nice defense, actually. That's very sneaky.
Ah, and bishop e2, queen d7. Well, forces rook e6 because knight e7, there was this incredible pin as well. So rook e6 had to be played. But now it's just over. Yeah, you can play knight d4, for
knight
example.
d4, knight d4, and it's the rook is pinned.
Queen c8 also very good. I mean, okay, just pinning this bishop because now again you are setting knight e7 check. Lovely
Oh,
threat.
that's a beautiful threat. That's beautiful. So yeah, bishop f3, knight e7. That's an absolute killer. What a wonderful move. That's beautiful.
And Duda down to 8 seconds. I mean, this is not going to work out. Yeah, h5 played. But yeah, just knight e7 check and then queen takes f8. It's checkmate coming. Ah, no, because then he takes rook e7, bishop f3. That's the trick. So let's not fall for the only idea that black is dreaming of. Takes bishop f3 and then queen g2 check and mate. Black might win. But simply after h5, nothing changed. Yeah, knight d4 is still possible.
He's played bishop c5.
Bishop c5, okay. Ah, and queen f8, queen g7 checkmate, yeah. Yeah, king h7. Queen takes f8, then rook g6.
Okay, still.
But okay, I mean, then even you can go king f2, queen takes h2, king e3. Also feels, but why? Of course, you want to win already much more clean. So what we are talking about is queen takes f8, threatening checkmate, but then black plays the move rook g6. Yeah, queen f8 on the board, rook g6 as well.
Actually, you can. No, sorry, I was dreaming of some knight h4 stuff, but.
Yeah, but then rook g3.
Yeah, exactly. Queen f7, bishop f3, knight h4, rook. Let's just show that. Now rook g3.
But okay, king f1. It might be winning. It might be winning.
Maybe.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, there is no way white is a whole piece up. His pieces are in the game. Knight on f5 is a very, very powerful piece because it protects on g3. And yeah, then you can actually go for this. But still bit, I mean, for example, queen f7, bishop f3, knight h4, maybe simple bishop takes e4 disturbs a bit, but still queen h4 is always met by queen g6, so you can, but still rook g3 hang in the air. Yeah. All right. Yeah, he goes for it. We're gonna see this. Queen takes f7 on the board.
Yeah, one could always just protect the g3 pawn though.
Yeah, no, of course it's just winning. Duda down to 10 seconds. Okay, he needs to play bishop takes f3. There is simply no other move. No, he goes h4.
H4.
With 1 second on the clock, he plays h4. You know, this always drives me crazy. You know, if I have 1 second on my opponent, it doesn't matter. My heart is, you know, just jumping out.
I understand, but this can just be taken with a knight. Just knight takes h4.
Yeah, then rook takes g3.
Yeah, pawn takes.
And then knight g2.
Knight g2, exactly. It's nothing to do.
Well, bishop f3. Bishop f3.
Okay, now time for.
I mean, you can even take on f3 and take on a7. You should.
If you want to, yeah.
Yes, but you can also give some checks. Yeah. Okay, but bishop f2, of course, no reason to give any kind of chances. Bishop f2, bishop g3. Okay, it's the same. Whenever bishop f3 happens, he wants to play knight h4 or knight e3 as well. Ah, okay, yeah.
Oh,
This was possible. I mean, this was the professional way. I had it on my radar, but
to be honest, I'm surprised he's done this.
it was not necessary. Yeah.
You know, black still has a little bit of a chance here. Of course, it's winning for white, but queens are powerful pieces when there are a few pieces on the board and it's an open board, and you know you have very little time. So white,
Yeah, but okay, so
still has to be careful.
At least now we know that white is technically winning. The position has slowed down. We can now jump back to Magnus's game.
Okay.
And look at this. Yeah, it seems like Magnus is just destroying Prague now. The position is collapsing. I mean, this king G3 square is also there. Black's rook on B2, pawn on C3.
Should we, Peter? Should we just go back very quickly and see how he got there after this E5 move? Just.
Well, I don't know if we have time. But
very quickly, come on,
yeah,
come on,
okay.
come on.
E5,
I've got to know. I've got to know.
Takes. Okay, it was complex. This I still like. I mean, this is still compensation structure, but after he was forced to give it up, yeah, after E4 is played and now black invades, then it's just over. King H1, bishop F4, rook B2, CB2. This is resignable.
Yeah. I can see that Vidit has defeated Zhu and Jun. Gawain Jones and Mantala Hari Krishna draw. And Jordan van Forest did, in fact, defeat Ding Liren. We were looking at that game earlier. David Anton and Eric Hansen draw. And what else have we got? Other games still in progress. How's Richie getting on?
Oh yeah, Queen G3, Rook B2 is played. I mean, however, hang on. Now Magnus is trying to. How is he? Okay, we believe that Magnus will win, but he only has 19 seconds. I mean, hang on. Rook C8, threatening Rook C1 and Queen H2 mate. Yeah, that was Magnus' justification.
That'll do. Let's go to see Richie. Richie against Hans.
All right.
Ooh. Oh.
Okay, so black's bishop is alive. By the way, after bishop E3, Richie played E3. I mean E6. Bishop takes F4, runs into E7, queening because the pawn on B5 protects the C6 square. So bishop C5 had been played, and this case, but still, I mean, look at this. This is complete madness. The bishops are hanging. So white needs to find like EF, bishop takes G7, rook G4, and all kinds of things. But
not so clear.
How does it work? F6 is another move. F6 is another move. He goes bishop D4. Wow, it's very nice move. Bishop D4, very, very nice. Because if bishop takes, then already the e-pawn will decide. And rook B3, bishop C5, BC, E7, rook E3, king F2, and then the rook endgame also looks very good. Yeah, let's just show this quickly. So if takes, I'm assuming takes, E7, rook E3 check, only king F2, takes, and then takes, and this with a protected pass pawn, and white's king also much faster reaching there, looks like a win. Very nice play by Richie here with bishop D4. E6, bishop D4, typical Richie, of course. Magnus has won his game. Yeah, that's also ended. Wow, bishop D4. Yeah, very tough now on Hans. Yeah, because bishop B4 check, king F2 hits the bishop, and basically this position is not even debatable because B6 pawn is hanging. White is not just pawn up. So bishop D6 on the board. Bishop D6 on the board.
I was just looking at the game between Lei Tingjie and David Navarra, and
yes,
David has managed to find a way to win.
Yeah, exactly. Just for 1 second we jumped there. The pawn ending is just winning one tempo, and
Yeah,
the mustache has worked.
it looked like a
But-
nice transition.
But now after bishop d6, yeah, Richie down to 27 seconds. I mean, we see, according to the computer, white is completely winning, but now some forced lines has to be calculated. Still, this bishop takes g7 doesn't seem to be. Yeah, takes bishop e6. That's it. I mean, giving up the rook on f4, but this is a cemented bishop. And then there will be a way to activate the bishop via bishop takes b6 and then bishop c5, or also other ways. I mean, bishop f4, gf. No one can challenge this pawn. And then white will collect and give a check, and it should do. Very, very important win for Richie if he manages to succeed.
Let's go to Leko against Duda and see how he's progressing, because it looks like Richie is going to put this one away.
Wow, but look at this. Beautiful after
Nice.
rook takes GC. The question was, where do you move the rook from f4? And Richie says, no, I'm not going to move this rook. Bishop takes b6. Very, very pleasing. Now also freeing up the rook to go to d4, and bishop takes f4, runs into bishop c5. Yeah, this is very, very nice. Yeah, bishop takes b6, and Hans down to 10 seconds. But clock is not the issue. The problem is the issue. The position is the issue.
And
Rook d3 played. He needs to cover the d file, but rook c4. Yeah, now it's over.
That's the end. Once the rook comes in, looks pretty good.
Well, I mean, actually, Richie made it look easy, but I mean, with 10-20 seconds, yeah, rook takes b4 and resigns. I mean, simply Richie made it look easy. It wasn't easy at all. And
yeah, some nice tactics he calculated very well.
Yes. No, of course, once this e6 and then bishop d4. I mean, bishop d4 was the key move. I mean, it was a wonderful move. But now we can jump back to.
Let's have a look.
To Leko against Duda.
Wow. He looks like he's getting there. Yeah, because the pawn on b2 is actually covered with the bishop on g7, and that can be anchored with the pawn coming to h6. But what's Duda doing? Is he trying to get some kind of stalemate tricks?
Yeah, but
probably.
I mean, okay, nobody is targeting his light squares. That's his problem. I mean, he can hide here, but it doesn't bring anything.
Yeah, the only way to do it would be to if white checked on the back rank, on the first rank, and then the king came to a2, and then you could construct a stalemate.
Yes,
but of course, white's not going to do that.
But okay, he's kind of. I mean, okay, it's amazing. Yeah, with queen hiding on h7, he says like, okay, I know you are winning, but please win it. The bishop protects the pawn. I mean, both pawns, the bishop can't really move. Yeah, rook h5, of course, you have to somehow prepare this knight g5 at some point, but knight g5 allows all kinds of millions of checks. So rook h4, yeah, this is of course rook h4, king g3, rook g4, knight g5, king h4, and we have seen it yesterday by David. Yeah, David converted this against Hans Niemann with knight versus rook, and that's it. I mean, I don't see any intrigue here, but this is our last game.
Yeah, he's going to make it as difficult as possible.
Yeah,
still, I mean, Jan-Krzysztof, he is remarkably tough.
Yeah, only the problem that what you can do if the position doesn't let anything happen. Yeah, because king moves to the h file, and then knight g5, rook g3. I mean, everything protects everything.
Sure.
Getting ready for h7.
Yeah.
Yeah, king h4.
It's getting even tighter in those positions for the top 8. I'll give a recap in a second.
Yeah, things are getting completely out of control. Yeah, Jordan, very big win against Dingley then. is a game changer. The Ding is in no more safe position. He's in the danger zone. David Navarra, after winning his game, now he's also jumping up. Vidit has also won. Yeah, it's a total chaos. Only Lek Wang Liam, if he wins this game, then he knows that, okay, basically nothing can happen to him. He's probably winning the event. I mean, the preliminaries. But, okay, Magnus is there, but it doesn't really matter. No, Rook for mate was threatened. Very sneaky with knight d2.
That's a beautiful idea. So suddenly he switched to attacking the king. That's fantastic.
Yeah, but now queen, of course, protects. However, now one really feels that black's queen is overloaded. Yeah, protecting against the h pawn. Of course, you should not push h7 because then there is queen e7 check, and suddenly something is falling. But
it's funny. I feel like the black king is kind of a distraction. Better for white just to keep going in the other direction.
Yeah,
knight e4 looks good.
Yeah, knight e4 is, but he's also settling some mate. Yeah, because the queen has to cover. Yeah, queen g6, and then somewhere some rook f2, knight c3 check is also a mating idea.
Yeah. Okay, this looks good because now the knight can come to f6, and everything is protected.
Still, he's also, I think, very tempted to go for some knight c3 check, king takes b2, and then some discovery check, but it did not work. So yeah, he sticks to the plan. He's settling h7, so black's queen might have to go back to g6. I guess black has to move back to g6. Yeah, queen g6 played, and now white will play rook f4. I mean, just very rook f. Oh, okay, or rook e4 is the same. Basically, white hits the queen with rook e6. The queen has to leave the g7 bishop, and then h7, and then you keep on pushing. Yeah, that's it.
There. We're getting used to these positions, aren't we? With queen against rook and minor piece. Okay, there's two minor pieces here.
Exactly. Yeah. Now this is a big pawn. Yeah, this bishop is a big pawn. Okay, so it seems like it's already not time to push.
It's in the moment. Finally, the moment has come.
Yeah, and take a look. Yeah, the knight protects the rook. The bishop is very nicely guarded. No checks available after queen h2 check. Just king g4. Okay, queen f2 check doesn't matter. White will just slowly walk with his king to g6 and hide afterwards. Yeah, king f7. I mean, king g6, queen c2 check, king f7, or rook e4, yeah. And queen c6 check, bishop f6, a very picturesque final position, no checks. Probably Duda will resign after bishop f6. Wow, what a turnaround, because and that's it, 1-0. After the opening, it looked like Duda has everything under control, and just within few moves, Lek Wang Liam managed to turn the tables.
So there we are. Let's check out the scores after how many rounds have we had? I'm losing track. After 9 rounds. So we have in the lead, Leko Liam with 23, Magnus Carlsen 19, Jan-Krzysztof Duren 16, Rapport Richard with 15, Hans Niemann 14, and Jordan van Foreest 14, David Navarro 13, Ding Liren 13, Vidit 13. Those are the top 9 places. And we have David Anton 12, Pragnananda 12, Eric Hansen 9, Hari Krishna 9, and so on. So it is very tight. The top 8 go through. The top half will go through. So, between positions, well, let's see. Duda is in 3rd position with 16, and Prague is in 11th position with 12. There's only 4 points separating all those positions. So it is incredibly tight. Now, we've got The next round starting on the hour in 4 minutes. Now, are we going to take a break or are we going to power through? What's your feeling, Peter?
I think we have to power through because it's so much at stake, in each round, and we see that the players are fighting like hell. Then okay, we have to stick.
Okay, we're going to stick.
And by the way, actually, an incredible matchup is coming. I'm seeing it: Magnus Carlsen against Jordan van Forest. So the champion against his second, who has helped him win the title in Dubai, is facing each other.
Yeah, that's an intriguing one. And while we're waiting, let me just remind everyone this is the Charity Cup, and just mention that the Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund. So if you feel entertained, if you have the funds, then please do support the cause. So UNICEF is collecting funds to support children in Ukraine. And so far, $54,473 has been raised. So do consider donating. It's, of course, in a very worthwhile cause. And don't also forget that I'd like to mention another supporting partner of the Play Magnus Group, and that's NEAR, and that's NEAR, who have donated $25,000, and they're involved with blockchain technology, and they are supporting Unchain, which is actually collecting cryptocurrency, and those funds are being sent directly to individuals and organizations in Ukraine as well. So they're doing a good job there. So games are about to start in 2 minutes. Now, let me see. Let's look at some of the other. Well, I mean, so many of these pairings are important. Hans Niemann is playing against Vidit. Now, Vidit is on 13. Now, that's a really big game. So if Hans wants to maintain his position, he has been doing really well, but he's got to be careful he doesn't slip down, having lost that game against Richie. So that's a big game. I think we need to watch out for that one. Vidit could bounce back. So has Hans got the character to pull himself through there? That's going to be a really tough one.
Yes, agree. I mean, that's a very, very important game. But also there are some games where, for example, Rapport is playing against Lighting G. Yeah, there is a pressure on the Rapport, of course, from the white side that he needs to win this game at all costs to keep on, collecting the maximum points, and seeing how good shape he is against the lower rated players. I think Richie is a big favorite to do that. The same applies to Duda after losing. Now he has a chance with the white pieces to win against Ju and Jun, and then things are again back under control. But we have seen that Duda was the one who did not manage and even got into trouble against Lighting G. And in this regard, yeah, he needs to be careful. I mean, he was a little bit in too euphoric mood. He tried to play for attack instead of playing objective chess. I think he has to pay attention to that. And there is also Eric Hans and Gavin Jones, the first game which started, and it's the only game that started. It's Spanish.
And the other game I wanted to mention, another pairing, very important for both players trying to qualify, is Pragnananda against Navarra. Prag with black against Navarra. That's really important. Both
and
players
also if we talk
mix.
about import, basically every game is important. Ding Lirai against David Anton, also very, very important, because Ding has just lost, and he in fact I think lost the last 2 games, so he's a little bit in losing the momentum, and he needs to strike back. And this is what I have been talking about. Magnus has used this G3 D5 Knight F3 move order, getting to the reti position, the new fashion.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of those. We've got Magnus and we have Ding just playing a reti.
Okay, so in fact, yeah, Magnus and Jordan transposing to a classical kind of G3 Grünfeld. The big question will be, will Magnus play c4? Yes, c4 on the board, and now black has a big choice to take d takes c4, to go c6. Yeah, Jordan goes for the most safe choice with c6, and yeah, Magnus is using this beastly move, which, to be honest, like the last 10 years had a reputation that the reaction d takes c4, b takes c4, c5 solves all the problems for black. There might be, you know, some new twist to this line because people are not playing it now. And also Jordan refrained from it. He opts for bishop f5, bishop b2, knight bd7, the traditional, the more traditional way. But it's not the punishment of this move order. a4. Or at least it's not the supposed punishment, but maybe the supposed punishment isn't a punishment anymore. That's how things are changing.
I don't know. When I look at this position, I have to say, I find this really hard work. You know, there seems to be, to my eyes, absolutely nothing wrong with black's position. Of course, white has a very slight space advantage and is just pressing a little bit on the queen side, but well, you can see Jordan has just played the knight into e4, and I kind of look at this and go, well, why should white really have the advantage here? Peter, you've got to explain to me why this is significant, because frankly, I just look at this and think, well, black is fine.
Yeah, black is fine, and if you ask Magnus, he will tell you, yeah, black is fine, but I'm fine too. I mean,
yeah, okay.
But yeah, of course, white plays with the white pieces. d4, c4 pawns. There is little bit more pawns in the center. Maybe white wants some e3, queen e2 kind of stuff. It's typical slow play. You know, in my youth, in my childhood, Predrag Nikolic was the big expert who was playing it from the white side. And I do remember, I think in 95 Vaikanze, we had one of these games. I was playing the Grünfeld back then, and we ended up in this structure. And one of the things that by not committing the knight from b1 yet to d2, white is much more flexible. But how complex the position is, we see that Magnus is taking his time. Also, a move like knight e4 invites a move like knight h4. But if knight h4 doesn't do anything, then it will look stupid. So you have to be very careful with a move like this.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at that. I mean, I suppose the bishop will just go back to e6.
Yeah,
should be okay. Yeah,
exactly. And then I feel like, oh no, I mean, this is not the direction. I mean, you always have to watch out for this move. But if it doesn't do immediately its purpose, then better not. And the question is, does black wants to try to break with e5 or c5, or is he just planning to maybe next follow it up with rook e8? The move a4, slightly mysterious, yeah, from Magnus's side, because it's not entirely clear what white is really achieving by playing a4. I mean, if you ask me, if we would have been talking about the position here, then I would have told you that I'm expecting the move e3 and then followed by queen e2. That would be the most logical one, but yeah, Magnus goes a4.
Well, it could be he's just kind of improvising, you know.
No, I mean, improvising not, because
you don't think so?
If he would play another move knight c3, then isn't this exactly Magnus against Vichy from Chennai match when Magnus fell into dc, bc, knight b6 idea, hitting on the c4, because that was part of Vichy's team's prep for Chennai match, and I was part of that team. So that comes, that somehow comes very familiar to me. But yeah, Magnus played the move a4, knight e4, and Magnus is still thinking.
I'd forgotten about that game.
Well, it wasn't a very long one. Actually, I feel a little bit pity that Vichy offered a draw.
Yeah.
Because, of course, it was the first game. You know, first games are always involved with a lot of nerves. You don't know what to expect from the opponent, but he exactly got his preparation in. The position was roughly equal. I mean, there was nothing wrong objectively with the draw, but maybe psychologically he could have tried to torture Magnus a bit. Because after all, matches are also often about these psychological factors, yeah, that who gets the upper hand, who puts more pressure on the opponent, and maybe it was a little sign of, you know, a relief sign for Magnus that okay, Vichy got his preparation in, he got a nice position with black, but he was still kind of happy with the draw, so he has big respect for me. Yeah, maybe it's those kind of things might be very important in a match.
Yeah, certainly. I'm intrigued by Duda against Zhu Wenjun. We've got a London system.
And why are you so intrigued to this? I mean, knowing you are burning for fire, and here this is very statical. Tell me.
Well, I don't know. I've been looking at quite a few London system games recently, actually, and simply because of that. And they are very, very subtle, and in positions where you think, oh, black has equalized and it's not a problem. Actually, sometimes, you know, you have to be really precise to actually equalize. So that's for that reason I'm intrigued.
Yeah, well, in this concrete position, I feel that black has achieved what she wanted, actually, because this is a very subtle move order that Zhu Wenjun used, and I feel like white is not too slow. White is just too slow. I mean, black will be able to target this knight on e5. White is not yet developed. I mean, things are working nicely for black here.
Okay, let's see. I'm not completely convinced yet. You know, this system has hidden dangers.
Yeah, definitely. But okay, so this is a London system, lot to play for. Yeah, the move queen c7.
Yeah, exactly.
F4.
So we have this typical stonewall setup and protecting the knight on e5, and now, of course, white has the position that kind of white wants. So
yeah, but there is a big difference that now, for example, black has the chance of going c5, c4, and not allowing white's bishop to be developed to d3, for example.
So you think even in this position?
Yeah, maybe a move like c4 could be really unpleasant for white. Yeah, because okay, without the bishop on this diagonal, how do you really create an attack? I'm not sure.
Well, the bishop just goes on the other diagonal. It's gonna go to f3, and you know,
all right. So in order
to so yeah, bishop e2,
bishop e2, b5.
Well, it's probably about time I castled.
Yeah, castles, bishop b7. I just feel like, okay, black is very harmonious. Yeah, whenever he wants, he will have the move knight e4, but there is no reason to hurry with that. It's just like, okay, white is, of course, having a normal position, but fighting for advantage, I find it hard to believe.
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, probably queen c2, and then I guess then is the moment to play knight e4 before.
Yeah, c4 on the board. We might be seeing this. Yeah, c4 on the board. Yeah.
Okay, very interesting.
I have noticed that actually engines are loving this c5, c4 from black side when white's bishop is not able to develop to d3. Of course, it's very rarely a case because the bishop usually is already on d3. Yeah. And c4 is never a move, but here exactly it's possible.
That's really interesting. Yeah, it takes time to organize for white to actually protect the e4 pawn.
Yeah, and it also, again, you know, brings me, because Duda has been suffering against Leitingi, and now I have the feeling that he's having the white game, but actually it's exactly the type of position where Zhu Wenjun is very strong. I mean, she's a very nice strategical player, and here it seems like she knows the spirit. Yeah, she knows the spirit of the position. She will play this game very well. So there is some kind of a pressure on Duda, in my opinion, here.
Yeah, it's interesting. If we just go back to the fifth move, queen b6. I mean, here Duda played rook b1, which I have to say is, well, white is not obliged to play rook b1. Perhaps, you know, one can play more adventurously in that position. One could, for example, well, is it possible to play take on c5 and just offer this pawn anyway? All right. I mean, I know this is a completely different game, but
yeah, it's different because now it's the pawn on e6 instead of knight on c6. Yeah, then dc5 is a very dangerous line for black. But that's exactly the point of this e6 queen b6 move order, that it's not so easy to get the ideas that usually white wants.
Yeah, but it feels certainly a little bit strange to play rook b1, because that obviously, you know, it slows things down from white's point of view.
Yeah, but I want to take a look at this game between Magnus and Jordan. And look at this. I mean, Magnus came up with the plan. You remember thinking that what should white do? What can we suggest? I was mentioning the move e3, and Magnus says, no. What are you talking about, Peter? I mean, I want that square available for my knight. And it's quite interesting that Magnus came up with this knight a3, a6, knight c2 plan. I haven't seen this plan yet in this type of positions. Very interesting. b5. Okay, this is also typical that black tries to challenge white's pawn structure, because, for example, after some bc, rook b8, there will be open b5 for the rook, and the b2 bishop might become a target. So I'm curious, because I'm not an expert in white side how to play this type of position. I still feel like, you know, my childhood instincts are on black side, and I absolutely agree with you that, okay, black has a very healthy position. What is the problem? So I want to see how Magnus will, you know, demonstrate his incredible skills here.
But b5 is a really committal move. And, you know, when I look at the c6 pawn, okay, simple chess. Let's just play queen c2.
Yeah, you should play queen c2.
And, you know, this potentially looks at the c6 square, but also e4, of course.
But there will be a question, for example, like after bc, if I play a move like bishop h6, what should you do with this knight on e3? Will you play bishop c1, or how do you?
Strange.
I mean, I can even do it without taking. I mean, I can also just play bishop a6 immediately to shock you.
You have shocked me totally.
That was the purpose, yeah. I mean,
totally shocked me. I mean, well, one question is white actually afraid of the exchange on e3? Is it possible somehow to generate some play on the king side after that? It's, well, maybe it's very difficult. There's knight on e4, but it's one thing that would occur to me. But yeah, if the knight has to retreat, then of course bishop h6 is totally justified.
Well, queen c2 is already on the board, and yeah, well, I think that after bishop a6, probably the move is bishop c1. Maybe this is I mean, it might look strange, but bishop doesn't really do much. But bishop c1, then I'm gonna go back bishop g7, and tell you that maybe, you know, you anyway need this bishop on b2. You are my good friend. We have worked together. Come on, Magnus. I mean, bishop b2 is the most natural move. I'm gonna kick you with bishop h6. There is an explanation why we should repeat. No, I can try to signal this to a friend. But it might not work with Magnus. That's the only problem. So queen c2 on the board and bishop a6 not yet played. Very interesting. Okay, we can move. We can move. Yeah, what do we have? I mean, David Navor against Pragnanda. This is a very, very big game, and look at the position. Looks super complex.
So it's a Rossolimo, and with this the modern move bishop e3.
Exactly. Just to show for our viewers that, yeah, this is what we are talking about. This bishop e3 is the new twist, and a lot of developments had been involved. Yeah, CD, queen b6. I mean, black has many different ways of going queen b6 immediately, but basically I feel like these guys are like experts, so let's just see how they are playing. Takes knight fd2, smart move, forcing the trade of this knight. And it was very important to go knight fd2 so that white could push f3, and the knight comes to c3, claiming that yes, you have two bishops, but actually the bishop on g7 doesn't do anything with the, thanks to this powerful pawn on e5, this pawn chain. I mean, white can try to hope for some small age. A5, A4, very nice move because black tries to make sure that he advances and gets some squares on the queen side. Knight E4 using the momentum, knight C5, the knight is activated, bishop F5, G4, bishop D7, rook C3, and we arrive to the current position.
Well, it certainly looks like a very pleasant position for white to play, but I'm biased because I've played these bishop B5 positions, well, since I was a teenager. I always loved the kind of space that you get with the pawn on E5.
Danny, sorry to interrupt, but we are actually getting that position what we talked about. Breaking news. B takes C4, bishop H6, bishop C1, bishop G7 on the board. And let's see how Magnus will deal with this.
Peter, you're a genius. I would never have thought of this bishop H6 move. It looks too weird to me. But it's obviously completely justified.
Well, I mean, look at the engine bar doesn't like it, but humanly speaking, I mean, to me, it looks very, very tempting. My only dilemma was that do I take BC or not? Yeah, that was kind of my big question. And Magnus goes bishop A3, and after bishop A6, what? So yes, the bishop is much better on A3 than on B2, that's for sure.
But I wonder after bishop H6 here with the bishop on A3, why can't we just protect the knight with, let's say, queen D3?
You can, yeah, you can, but don't be a spoiler, please. I mean, the idea was so nice, no? Yeah, queen D3 makes a lot of sense, and there will be no friendship here.
Well, by the way, why didn't we play this move before?
Yeah, but then the bishop on B2 was loose, yeah?
A little bit, yeah.
Now, of course, with the bishop on A3, it's so much more natural. It's so much more natural.
It's nice to target that pawn on E7. That's
yeah, and now, of course, yeah, after bishop A3, Jordan is thinking he doesn't want to go bishop A6, but he can't play C5 because C5 doesn't work due to hanging D5 and E4 knight. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. It can't work. And then in this regard, then okay, bishop A6, bishop C1, bishop G7, bishop A3 was clearly in Magnus's favor. Heavily backfired this.
Looks really pleasant.
Yeah, we can move.
Let's move to let's go to Richie. It looks like he has a clear advantage.
Yeah, basically it almost looks like a winning position. Yeah.
But the funny thing is, with the two bishops on the board for both players, it almost looks like a repeat of Richie's game against Niemann in the previous round.
Yeah,
Curious.
I mean, but okay.
Raking across the board. I know the structure is different, but still.
Yeah, total domination. I mean, this is a powerful bishop on E5 hitting on C7 on G7, bishop on G2 hitting on B7. Nothing moves there. This is even too sad. Yeah, this is.
And earlier I mentioned a very important game for the standings, and that's Niemann against Vidit. Can we go there? Because Niemann, having lost in the previous round, he needs to show something here, and Vidit, obviously, he's in contention as well.
Yeah, a super solid and a very, very strong player. I feel like here in this game, Hans managed to surprise Vidit, which is already kind of a true art, because Vidit is always very well prepared. However, with the sideline, maybe very, very quickly, we can just see what I'm talking about, that this, in the English, bishop f4, d5, takes, bishop d2. It's supposed to be a very drawish line, but if black doesn't know or mixes up something, then actually there are many tricks. And I feel like here something went wrong for Vidit. Hans was also blitzing everything out. He got the pair of bishops. Of course, he's not developed yet. And that's why black immediately tries counterplay. And we can see that, Vidit very masterfully uses the momentum, before white stabilizes, trades one pair of bishops. And in this case, it looks like, in this structure, this structure, the knight is definitely very nice, and with this lovely queen on c4 sitting, it seems to me like Vidit is outplaying Hans now. Takes, rook d1 is kind of a way to... No, he's trying to use the back rank, but okay, no, this is not good enough. Yeah, takes, and h5. Queen takes d1, just h5. Protecting the knight and from the mate, and h5, yeah, on the board. And now the pawns are hanging. I think Hans might have missed this h5 resource.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some trick here, but I mean, I was looking at bishop g3, then queen takes. I mean, white has a back rank as well. This is the problem. I mean, yeah, so there's a lot of choice here. Yeah, yes. It looks very strong, and yeah, white has to solve the back rank problem.
Yeah, wow, so, and this might become very, very critical. I mean, let's not forget, I think Hans is having 14 points, but he started the first day with 10 points out of the first 4 games. And ever since, he's kind of suffering. And if he loses this game, I don't know, it might be very, very tough on him.
Yeah, could be tough. Let's go to Eric Hansen against Garwin Jones, because Eric is a bit under the radar at the moment. If he's going to get back into contention to get into the top half of the tournament, then he really needs to win this one. And Garwin, sadly, you know, he's near the bottom of the tournament. So this is a game that Eric certainly will be targeting for the win. And it, well, looks nice, solid position for white. Looks like a solid advantage at the moment.
Yeah, very nice advantage. And when I look at this position, I feel like, yeah, Gavin is heavily struggling in the tournament, because he's just not getting his type of positions. He doesn't get, you know, to show his real skills. And in all these strategical positions, little bit, I also feel like he's experimenting, or the opponents are disbalancing him. I don't know. They are very clever. In any case, the openings are not working out in Gavin's favor.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's very, very good with the initiative, but as you say, it's not quite clicking for him at the moment.
Yeah, so let's move on. What is with Hari Krishna against Lek Wang Liam? So, well, it's a totally blocked position. We do see that, according to the evaluation bar, white has clear advantage according to the computer, but I mean, to a human eye, it looks like it's going to be very, very difficult, if possible, to break this structure. I mean, there are no pawn breaks anymore. Everything is logged. And let's just suppose that white goes bishop f2, goes rook e2, goes bishop g3, trades that bishop, comes closer with the king to f4, and then wins the pawn on e4. And then what? Actually, it might be a dead draw pawn endgame. So, yeah, he goes rook b5. But whenever he doubles, black will simply go rook b8 and protect the b6 pawn. How do you break through?
Well, the only thing that occurs to me actually is whether it's possible to exchange. Let's say we put the king on e2, and then we play rook f1, and we exchange bishops with bishop f4, and that can introduce some new possibilities. Once the d pawn is clear, then we switch the rook back to the b file. I don't know if that's anything, but it's the only thing. Oh, you can trade bishops like this as well, of course. But
yeah, you can, but yeah, I also got your point. Yeah, that you wanted to make sure that the king blocks the e pawn already.
Yeah, but probably it leads to the same position actually.
But hang on, now, yeah, there are also some ideas, like just if, for example, but it's too premature to play e3. Yeah, it's just too premature.
Probably he's going to play rook e3 and blockade, and then play bishop g3, I guess.
Yes, I also think. But there is also the question, like, what happens if we move the rook now to e8 back, threatening e3?
Okay, so then rook e3.
Rook e3, yeah, like this, yeah.
And then just bishop g3.
Bishop f4, bishop g3, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. So
okay,
anyway, we still don't know what where does it lead to, but yeah, it's already an idea. Yeah, rook b8 played. We might be seeing this.
Yeah, at least it means that the d pawn can come into the equation, and maybe there's some way to do something with that. I don't know, but yeah, it's not easy to crack.
It makes a lot of sense actually, because if you can block this pawn and you trade, then the king can never move from c7 because of the b6 pawn, and you only want to give the e4 pawn if you make sure that it's a pawn ending. Not with one pair of rooks, then white will invade on the e file. So it might be a much more delicate position than it looks. Harry goes for rook eb1. He wants. Ah, wow, hang on. What? No, it's not. No, so rook b8. Rook b8 probably just bishop g3 then, yeah?
I guess so. I mean, I would be slightly worried about that pawn advancing. Oh yeah, he's playing it very safe. He can take his time. He can take his time. He doesn't lose anything by these moves.
Yeah, but exactly. Now I'm just sitting with black. Yeah, rook e7 to 8. Yeah, king f2. Okay, king comes to e2, and so what? Yeah, you will need to trade the bishops. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess he's going to come back to this plan. We're being told that Jordan van Foreest has some advantage against Magnus. How did that happen?
Well, it happened. It happened that he offered the repetition and Magnus refused. Yeah, and then you get personal.
Oh, good grief! He's the exchange up, and he has this beautiful bishop on g7. Magnus will be absolutely disgusted with what he's done to his position, because even white's minor pieces just don't look very healthy at all, because they're just blocked by the pawn on d5, and the bishop on g7 is a monster. Jordan has swung the rook over. Well, if Magnus holds this, that would be achievement. Bishop h6, your favorite move.
Back, yeah, bishop h6. I mean, it all started with bishop h6, just very, very quickly to see where did Magnus, I mean, he blundered or he got outplayed. What happened? Rook ad1, h6, knight e5, or maybe somewhere he just got too excited.
Okay, let's have a look.
Ah, wow. Okay, and this practically turned the tables. Yeah, Magnus was just dreaming of this queen takes d7, cd structure, and then thinking that, okay, I just gonna win. And all of a sudden, after bishop d7, cd c5, black gets wonderful compensation, because white's minor pieces are just.
That's a beautiful idea, a really beautiful idea.
Yeah, that's how it happened. And then Magnus did not want to suffer. And even how do you suffer after bishop b5? You might just simply be lost. So he felt the need to sacrifice. But this is then some really bad judgment by Magnus, that how quickly things turned. It looked like he had a big advantage. And he just missed this c5.
C5, beautiful move. I mean, that really turns things. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and this is the position now. I mean, okay, Magnus is, of course, trying to keep his bishop on f3 and the pawn on e2. Yeah, this is his only, and he's maybe hoping to get some g4, hg, knight g4, h5 plan against black's king.
But you know what I was going to suggest? That maybe Jordan is thinking of playing g5 and h4. So who's breaking? Well, of course, this is kind of a last resort. You do your massage first with the rooks on the other side of the board, but you never know. He might be going for g5 and h4 as well.
Yeah, queen a4, activating that queen, hitting the rook on b3. And okay, now of course with queen on a4, g4 doesn't really look very natural, because the rook c4 will come with a tempo.
Yeah, but surely black just works with the rooks first. So rook bc3, rook c1, and attack on the first rank. This must be
rook b2 played. Okay, he doesn't want to change.
All right, so he can still play rook c1 afterwards. Surely.
But interesting. Can't white? I really feel like, yeah, queen. I wanted g4, rook c8, queen e8. But certainly I'm hoping for this g4 break. I want to get that in. Yeah, meanwhile, already Rapport Richie has won his game against Leitinge, so Leitinge continues to suffer, and Richie is like a merciless machine against all the rated players, just cashing in and cashing in very, very confidently.
Yeah, he's climbing very well. So he's now in third position. Of course, lots of games still in progress, but yeah, Richie looking like he's hit some nice form.
Yeah, Bishop G7, Knight F1. Okay, so Magnus doesn't want to commit to this G4 move. Bishop E5.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but I mean, do you really believe that you can hold in long terms? Maybe not. Knight D2, Knight E4. Can White activate? I mean, I really want to activate this knight, but maybe there is nowhere to this knight can be activated. Knight D2. Okay, Knight D2.
Yeah, well, if he can do this,
I mean, at least some life.
oh, absolutely. No, a lot of life.
King G7, sidestepping.
So 94. Yeah, 94 is still a little worrying.
But hang on, Rook B8, Queen A4, Rook A5, there is Queen C6. Let's just show this, that the Queen is almost trapped, but then suddenly there is the C6 square. Still there is the C6 square.
Yeah.
The big question, who wants to, yeah, Rook B8 on the board, who wants to change the queens and who doesn't? Because Black also has some options like going Queen A5, but I'm not sure Black wants to trade the queens.
I'm amazed that Rook C1 hasn't appeared on the board, because I would have just thought exchanging rooks and attacking along the first rank. I mean,
finally, it's on the board.
I'm amazed he didn't go for this earlier.
And then just Rook BB1, and if you get Queen C1, then suddenly Queen H1 checkmate.
Well, let's see.
All right, yeah, Rook C1 is, yeah, because I also intuitively felt like, you know, Black should definitely not trade queens. Then it looks like White might simply be able to just hold on to his structure. But yeah, this creating mating strat, because you ask first time to go for a mating attack when the knight was still on H2, and I was thinking like, yeah, it's unpleasant, but it's not checkmate. But now without the knight on H2, in fact, is checkmate.
Well, I hope so. let's see.
Yeah, and
yeah, but this is, I mean, obviously it's the way to, you know, this is the classical way to play, isn't it? When you're the exchange up, you want to exchange a pair of rooks. I mean, it's what we're taught right from the beginning.
Yes. Yes, and okay, now Magnus is in a very, very unpleasant spot. Yeah, he takes on C1, but he's just one move away from Rook B1 and getting checkmated. So where is the counterplay or defense? Finally, after Rook B1, White can always move the king, so to cover the H1 square, and then claim that Queen G1, it's only one check. I can hide on H3. So maybe then just to ignore and go Queen D7.
Wow. Okay, you need. Well, Magnus has strong nerves. He'll play it.
Yeah, so Rook B1, and then okay, I'm just putting the king somewhere.
Yeah, just.
I mean, okay, I want to first invite Queen G1 and okay, King H3. And okay, now suddenly also White has this Knight G5 idea.
Yeah, this is true.
I mean, but Knight G5 runs into Queen F1 and Bishop G2, Queen F2 protects back on F7. Yeah, it's yeah, Magnus goes Queen A7. We might be seeing something similar. Rook B1, and
he's pushing him into it.
Yeah, and Jordan is someone who is very strong in attack. I mean, he doesn't see ghosts. But Queen A7 protects the F2 pawn. Wow, lovely.
Oh, that's nice.
Very nice. Protecting F2. Magnus knows that he needs to be super alert here to survive this.
Yeah, but yeah, really interesting. He's found counter chances.
Well, not according to the engine bar, but according to us, definitely, yeah, because first of all, it looks like Black is about to checkmate White. But yeah, if it's not made, then it's a whole different story. King h3 on the board. So now after queen f1 check, you can't play bishop g2 because then I have time to collect on e2 or not. That's also a big question.
Yeah, so queen f1, king h2, what's the plan?
Yeah, but Magnus didn't go to h2, so I'm kind of, yeah, but he needs to now. Yeah, definitely he needs to now. Let's just show this because it's beautiful. If white goes bishop g2, queen takes e2 and tries to go for this attack, then there is queen g4 and queen takes h4 check.
Very nice. Very nice.
So yes, after queen f1 check, we're definitely going to see king h2. And the big question is what next? Knight g5 is a threat. I mean, why is the engine really thinking that black, maybe rook a1, maybe you need to kick this queen away. Can we play the move rook a1?
That's very subtle.
This queen is so strong on a7.
But okay, let's find out just how strong this is. So, you know, I'll play, I don't know, queen d7. So let's find out exactly what black is threatening.
Yeah, well, he played queen c8 check, but it might just be some gaining some time. Yeah, so queen d7, queen f1 check, king h2.
King h2, yeah.
I mean, at least I made sure that knight g5 is not a threat. Yeah, that's
true, but I still don't quite see how.
Hang on. Actually, I have the idea that if I have rook b4 idea. I mean, if I could now play rook b4, I would be threatening rook e4 and win this game.
Right.
But I can't do rook a4 here, and I can't really do it with.
I think I got lucky with my queen move to d7.
Yes, but I mean, what I was trying to show that after this, if the move rook b4 comes, then the queen protects the pawn on f2. But okay, some bishop d4 ideas. Maybe actually this rook b4 or hitting the knight on the fourth rank might come as a decisive idea. So queen c8 check, king h2 on the board. How does black? Black can play the move rook a1 here, but it runs into knight takes d6. Yeah, it runs into knight takes d6.
Oh, our producer is giving us a little idea. Yeah.
Oof.
Oh, yes, that looks very strong. So I should mention to everyone that we have our producer Tadeusz, who is in Prague, and occasionally he just slips us a little hint of what.
Yeah, look, something like this that moves, and
what's
then rook
going
a3.
on in the position. He's telling 7. Yeah, then check and rook a3, threatening. Yeah, maybe we have to give the check first. But anyway, yeah, this is the idea.
Yeah, this is the idea. But all right, we are not going to see this because actually the players have changed queens. After queen c8, king h2, black opted for queen b7. Yeah, there was just too much pressure on black also that, yeah, it looks like, you know, you are about to mate white, but if not, and then you get hit with knight g5, you get checkmated on f7. So it's not like a risk-free try to go for an attack. And then finally you see like, okay, I'm going to trade, and then I'm going to try to squeeze this out. But now Magnus is sitting. Now Magnus might be sitting here on his squares. I mean, how do you break? Yeah, hitting on f7 pawn. The king cannot really be activated. The bishop on f3, beautiful, it's cemented with this. I mean, if this pawn would be on e3, I think it would be a loss. I mean, somehow I feel then it would be a loss because f2 pawn would be much more vulnerable. But like this, white can just sit here. We might be seeing an escape by Magnus here. I really, if I would have to put my money on somebody at this point, I would say like draw is the most likely result. But what else do we have? Let's take a look because, okay, this will be a long torture. We have, let's take a look. How is Hare Krishna working his way against, wow, this is a fortress. He did manage to win the pawn. But this bishop endgame is equal to the pawn endgame that I mentioned earlier. That actually there is no way to break through after the trade of bishops. Takes, black just sits, and there is no way to. The only thing white can do is to sacrifice the d pawn in order to try to get access to the d5 square, but then black just waits with king d6, king c6, and it's a total draw. So this is a draw. By the way, a big escape for Hans Niemann. I see that game ended a draw, but let's take a look who else is fighting. So Duda is fighting against Yuan Jun, and it seems to me like, I was saying that I like black's position and I was confident that black was doing fine. Now I feel that in this structure, of course, now with this bad bishop against the good bishop and white's lovely pawn structure and the weakness on d5, on f5, besides also, if ever the rook is getting activated on the b file, now the pawn on a5 still is a bit vulnerable thanks to the queen on d8. Black is maybe in time to get bishop to e6. Maybe it's not as bad, but it really looks unpleasant. But black down to 59 seconds, that will be a problem. Defending an unpleasant position with low on the clock, it's very, very unpleasant. And let's just quickly jump back to Magnus's game. And yeah, Jordan has managed to get bishop to a6, kicking away the knight from g5. That's, of course, very, very nice. And now Magnus is hiding with his knight on g1, making sure that his other vulnerable spot, f2, will be covered with the knight. Now he plays e3. I was very critical about e3, but with knight on h3, actually, he very, very nicely will guard the f2 pawn in long term. So still all hopes for Magnus to survive. Now, even he goes from knight e2, it doesn't really make a difference because he has to sit tight. It doesn't change anything. He might be moving back the knight to g1, or he will jump with the knight to f4 and then from f4 get back to h3, because on h3 it's wonderful. It protects the f2 pawn, plus it also gets the chance to go for knight g5, hitting black's vulnerable spot on f7. So this is still a long way to go, and there is some development. David Navarra has managed to, look at this position. There was a position like he was pawn up. Yeah, he managed to win a pawn, and now he's already 2 pawns up with a safe king. White will play the queen to e4, will push d5, will push h4, h5 will be a threat. There is just no way black will hold this, and David is on fire. Ever since he beat Magnus Carlsen, he's super confident. Yeah, he starts with h4, threatening now queen e4, and if the queen moves, then h5 will be there as a threat. 2 pawns up. Yeah, Magnus jumping back with his knight to h3. Yeah, king f1, knight h3. And we have Danny back. Yeah.
Hi. What happened? It got too hot. My internet just blew up. The connection just went. What? So the queens are off.
Yeah, queens are off, and Magnus is setting up a very, very nice fortress. Yeah, with the knight on h3 protecting on f2. The pawn on e3 makes sure that black will never be able to hit on the pawn on f2. Now knight jumps back to g5. I feel like, especially in a rapid practical terms, this should be a total fortress.
Yeah, no possibility of a king march. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, how does the black bishop just doesn't get anywhere, does it?
Yeah, well, you can try to move the rook, give a check, try to see where the king moves, for example, king g2, and then try to go bishop e1, but nothing happens with the knight on h3 protecting. You go rook b2, I'm gonna come back with the king kicking away this bishop from e1. I just don't see that. And White's play is so easy. Yeah, he can always get the 10 seconds. He's super confident. Yeah, look at Magnus sitting there. He knows that. Yeah, it was tricky. I was in a lot of trouble, but now I'm just gonna hold this.
Yeah, looks like it. the game between Duda and Wenjun.
Yeah, this is
really
very sharp.
Really interesting. And wow, both players. Duda down to a minute. Both have about a minute. Oof. Very, very tight indeed. So at the moment, Duda is in 4th position with 16. Now, he would have been hoping to win against Zhu Wenjun, but this is extremely tricky.
This is very, very tricky, exactly. Actually, also the pawn on a5 is hanging, but I don't know how important it is because it might give white then the chance to go rook b8. Yeah, if so black goes rook g6, tries to get harmony, but if white gets the rook to b6, I mean, I always felt like with the rook on b6, white should be super safe now. Yeah, rook b6.
Yeah, maybe black's position is just a bit too static.
No, I think that this was maybe a very, very important moment that black had a chance to go bishop f5, hitting the rook on b1, activating the bishop. And I think black needed to get activity immediately. This rook g6, rook b6 clearly is in white's favor.
Yeah, looks pretty good. We've got, let me see, we've got a few results. Hari Krishna and Lei Kwang Liem, they drew. Now, that's really interesting. Lei never went for this idea of exchanging bishops. And that's just wound up as a draw. Eric Hansen beat Garwin Jones. Niemann and Gujarati, Vidit, that was a draw.
Yeah, that was actually a very important save for Hans, because knowing what happened to him in the last games, I think defending a tough position, getting that 1 point, and it's not just 1 point, but it could have been a big point for Vidit. This is maybe what he needs to calm himself down.
Can we just check in on the game between Navara and Pragnananda?
I mean, David is 2 pawns up, and I think he will win. So I feel like here, Yu Wenjun is down to 5 seconds. We have to stick. We have to stick with this.
Here. Good call. Okay.
And also Duda down to 18 seconds. And the position, yeah, we see evaluation bar loves white, but there are all kinds of mating threats against white's king. None of the sides are safe. None of the sides are safe. Bishop g5 played with 2 seconds on the clock. Engine bar doesn't like it. Is there some bishop move? Bishop g4, rook g7 played. There was a move. There was suddenly a chance there for something. Bishop f5 or queen f6. Look at this. Every move is a mistake according to the engines, because of course in this position everything is out of control. Yeah, the bishop got activated, threatening bishop e4 checkmate. How is Duda is going crazy, blundering this bishop f5. He has to go bishop f3, giving up the rook, and now queen h3 can be met by queen takes f4, rook f8, kicking the queen away, protecting. Wow, dramatic game, because actually if white manages to stabilize the position, then thanks to this bishop on f3 and the weakness on d5, strategically speaking, white is not in danger. The problem is that the king on h1 is very vulnerable, and the time 4 seconds for Duda.
I have to say, I think I would feel relieved to actually take that light square bishop, but yeah,
now it's all move pair move. The queen is invading. Queen f5, Duda down to few seconds, rook e1, now some rook fg8, and then I can't believe that you can survive this.
Yeah, but queen h4, instead of queen h4, I was wondering about queen d6. Okay, I know it's water under the bridge, but yeah, now Zhu Wenjun is invading. This is looking very promising for the women's world champion.
Yeah, and Duda is in a state of shock. Yeah, he's shaking his head. He knows that, yeah, he had everything under control, and you know, there was this move queen f6, seeming a super safe move because it pinned black's rook and nothing moved there. But yeah, this bishop f5 activating the bishop turned the tables completely. Queen takes e6. Okay, white has to go for this, no matter if it's good or bad. Then take on d5 and try to rely on these two passers. Queen b4.
Okay, that's a solid move. That's a very solid, and then the c pawn can run.
Yeah, c pawn starts to run. Yeah, bishop e4, trying to, I mean, this bishop is trying to control both pawns, but the problem is that now after e6, white pawns are also not running. Yeah, f3, threatening rook g2.
That's a beautiful move. That's a disruptor.
Yeah, rook g2, and then also queen d6 hitting on h2 is a very, very natural idea. Plus rook g2, c2 as well. I mean, yeah. And now Juvenjun has 45 seconds. I mean, everything is under control. Bishop c2 played. So the big question after rook g2, queen e3 is the idea probably. So that rook takes c2 can be met by queen e5 check. But black has queen d6. I mean, rook g2. Yeah, queen d6 first. Very solid move. Yeah, now rook g2 is threatening. And after queen h4, f2 decides the game. Yeah, that's it. Basically, after queen d6, yeah, rook e5 only move. But I mean, rook g2, rook takes c2, collecting material for free. No, rook fg8. Okay,
That'll do.
Also very, very strong.
But still, Jan-Krzysztof still finding a way to keep going.
Yeah, he wants rook g2, queen h4, rook takes c2, queen f6 check. I still don't see it. After rook g7, you don't have any check. It might just be a total win for black. I mean, we are talking about rook g2, but queen f4, yeah, not even giving, of course, you don't want to give your opponent any kind of counter chances. Queen f4 on the board. Yeah, and there is no way to put any resistance here. Rook e4. Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof is trying everything, but okay, in such a his only chance is if he can force the opponent to be very low on the clock. But yeah, now queen d2 followed by rook g1 mate. It's game over. That's it.
Very sporting. He's allowed checkmate.
Yeah, wow. I mean, a big win there and a terrible big loss for Duda.
Yeah. Well, we had a nice smile from Juvenjun there at the end, which was good to see because she has been struggling so far, but that brings her up a little bit anyway. But it's hard work for her.
Yeah, but it's not just the point, but also the feeling, yeah, that she can.
Yeah.
And this can actually turn the tables. She can suddenly be much more confident. And yeah, and for Duda, of course, a terrible loss because he has lost now 2 games consecutively, and he's actually back in the mix. He's not up there alone, nicely qualifying.
Jordan won a pawn somehow. How did the pawn on d5 disappear?
He won, but it came at the cost of weakening. But let's take a look. Yeah, that how did he manage? Because it's already an art in itself to win this d5 pawn.
Absolutely.
Yeah? Magnus gave up his bishop on f3. Yeah, his very, very nice bishop, and he was not able to capture on because king e2 rook h1. So this was maybe it was a miss.
Yeah,
maybe
could
it was
be
a miss. f6, bishop d5, but still luckily for Magnus, yeah, and he immediately goes for knight h8, trying to provoke this
Let's
weakness.
see.
Bishop c3, bishop f3, g4, bishop d5. Now white is threatening knight f4, targeting this pawn. Bishop e5 takes, bishop f7. Yeah, that was the line. I was calculating f5. How does this work? Yeah, bishop takes h5. White is threatening now e4. I mean, is that a threat? I'm also not that sure about. Of course, black can also play the move e5, e4, but then there are no pawn breaks. And e4 is played. Very tempting. I mean, clearly black is trying to get rook to b5, activate the king all the way to d2, try to give a check. But then the big question, then white goes king g2, and then what do you do? Yeah, Magnus pushes the pawn as
Yeah.
well.
I don't think he can get a Zugzwang. I mean, I think white can just sit there with the king.
Exactly, because you always have king h2, g2, or king g1, g2.
Yeah.
Wow, after all, it seems like Magnus is surviving. And by the way, Pragnanda has survived against David Navarro. A very, very big save. Therefore, a very important though for Prague.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, if I look at the scores, okay, I assume this one is going to conclude very shortly.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, after all, you know, Jordan can think like, when will I ever have such a position against Magnus next time? Yeah, let me torture him a bit.
Oh,
But
I think we've got a repetition. There's
yes,
no torturing
that's it.
here.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was enough. It was a long torture anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, let me see, let me just give a quick recap of the scores. So in the lead, Lei with 24, he's still out there. Magnus with 20. Richie Rapport on 18. Duda 16. Hans Niemann 15. Jordan van Forest 15. David Navarro 14. Ding 14. Vidit 14. It is very, very tight. It is really tight. Still. So we have, let me see, 2 more games today. And absolutely nothing is decided.
Yeah, nothing at all. Basically, things are just heating up. Yeah, with these guys around place 5 till place 12. I mean, everyone is so close to each other. Anything can happen. I'm trying to see a pairing. I mean, Vidit Duda is quite an important for our standings. Duda is now on tilt with 2 losses. He needs to turn the tables, but playing black against Vidit, it's very tough. Jordan van Forest against David Navarro, a very, very big game as well for our standings. Pragnanda against Richard Rapport, also a big game. Well, we are full of big games, and David Anton plays against the world champion Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. I know that we haven't really seen David Anton so much so far, but I know that if he gets going, then he's very, very dangerous, especially with the white pieces. He's someone who really looks, tries to put pressure with the white side. I mean, he's not a player who wants to be solid or safe. He goes for it.
Well, Peter, it looks like we're going to be powering through again because the games are going to be starting in 1 minute. So there's no rest for the wicked, I'm afraid.
Yes.
I would love to be able to go back and get another cup of tea and to make sure that my internet connection is actually stable. But I think we're just going to power through. Yeah, here we go. We're on the hour. And remember, everyone, this is the Charity Cup. The Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, the United Nations Children's Fund. And, well, if you feel entertained, if you feel like you can spare a little bit of cash, then do consider supporting UNICEF, who will be helping children in Ukraine, a very worthwhile cause. So we should be kicking off with action any moment now as we're on the hour. Yeah, I think we have the players waiting there. We can see, yeah, Vidit and Duda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and now, I mean, look at Duda, how is he sitting there, because it's not just about this game. Yeah, just trying to forget what happened in the previous game. That's the toughest call. And but in order to play well, he needs to forget. I mean, I know that this is one of the biggest masteries in online play. Yeah, that how do you get over on your losses? Because if you start winning, it's very easy to keep on winning. But if you start losing, it's so difficult to stop that bleeding.
Okay, eyes down. We're powering through. And the play has kicked off. Where are you going to go first, Peter?
Yeah, I'm looking at the games which Wow, Gavin Jones against Ding Liren. I think this might be the moment of Gavin. I mean, Ding feels that he needs to try to play for a win. Wow, and Gavin goes for Rook G1. Okay, this is typical Gavin. Yeah, this is
this I would describe as the modified Shirov attack.
Yes.
So Alexei was famous for playing G4 straight away in this position, and scored some remarkable victories and absolutely fantastic. So Gawain, far more restrained. He plays Rook G1 first. Not so silly.
Not so silly. And also it's obvious that Ding Liren probably plays this Philidor for the first time, for the very first time in his life. And he might be, you know, familiar with some of the main lines, but if White is prepared for Rook G1, and definitely I think Gavin knows what he's doing, then challenging in such a manner the Philidor and the knowledge of Ding is practically a very wise choice.
Well, you know, Black always goes for the same setup basically when playing the Philidor. So anything that kind of shakes Black, such as this, is certainly a very good practical punt, and it is definitely Garwin's style.
Yeah, G4, H6, Bishop E3. So basically, White made sure that Black will never be able to castle quietly on the king side, because then some break is coming. Okay, Black has to play Bishop E7. It does not mean that he intends to castle. It's more like probably he wants to go Queen C7 and then some Knight F8, Knight G6. Could be, but maybe White is also rushing with his pawns with H4, G5.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm just loving White's position. I don't know what Black is supposed to be doing here.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm really surprised that Ding played H6, because to me that justifies White's G4 immediately, because, you know, White always has this hook. You can always open something. Really surprising. But of course, G5 not necessary straight away. You know, Queen D2 and castle's queenside is the obvious way for White to play. Yeah, I'm really surprised. So anyway, I'm looking forward to that one. Let's continue our tour and see what else.
Well, many games have not started yet, because many games ended late, in the previous round, and that's the reason why Magnus haven't started his game yet. Also, Duda gets because I was surprised, you know, that poor Duda, after losing this game, he's sitting already there. It can't be. He needed some breathing time, and the game is on. It started out with a Slav. It started out with a Slav, and Vidit goes for CD, Bishop F4, a very, very sneaky little system, because people tend to underestimate the exchange Slav, because we see so many quick draws, but in fact, if White wants to play, it can lead to very, very sharp and complex play. So usually the so-called prearranged or friendly games are going some Bishop D3, takes, E6, Knight F3, Bishop D6, and shake hands is about to happen in few more moves. But if the players are prepared, then they're going to go for Bishop B5, and things are turning into completely different territories.
Yeah, there's still White can try to find something in these positions. I remember looking at this years and years and years ago. Wasn't there a Tal Botvinnik game that went like this? I can't remember exactly, but anyway, I do remember looking at this when in my early 20s, a very, very long time ago, and trying to find sneaky ways for White to get the advantage. But it's hard work. It's very hard work. And Knight D7 is a very sensible idea.
Yeah, Knight D7 is typical. Yeah, stopping Knight E5, solving the problem of the pin, because otherwise, Knight E5 would be almost deadly. But after Knight D7, now it's a completely different game. Yeah, Black plays Rook C8. He's a little bit losing time. So we see that White has already castled, developed all his pieces, while Black is still stuck there with his with Bishop on F8. Yeah, Bishop E7 is played. And now the big question, will White be able to exploit this momentum? I mean, the next 1-2 moves, because, okay, if Black gets the chance to castle and goes A6, black will have nothing to worry about. So here comes that, please show me your preparation stuff, because computers are the one that are helping usually in such scenarios to find some very delicate way of creating something.
Well, looking at the evaluation bar, and it's not budging at all from the middle. This is hard work to achieve anything here.
Yeah, but also we should not forget that our evaluation bar is kind of a very simple computer. It's not a supercomputer whatsoever. So in fact, sometimes it might mislead us, because this is definitely not a super engine.
All right.
I mean, the engine is super, but the processor is not.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight a4, typical. I mean, hitting the knight on c6. And the big question is, for example, how to evaluate things like castles, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, because white has given up the bishop, but there is this weakness. And Duda goes g5. I mean, that's why we love, and I think Duda is so popular, because he's known for his incredible, adventurous and uncompromising play. But whether this is now, after losing 2 games, the right strategy, practically speaking, it's a completely different question. h5, now white will play h4. Definitely white will play h4. Stopping these pawns. Yeah, h4, g4 is played. And what is this? Now we do see that the evaluation bar goes almost viral, like, okay, white has wonderful options here. Now the big question is where to put this knight. There is a temptation to go knight e1, knight d3, and then eventually knight f4 also.
And the other way to go is to put the knight back on d2 and to prepare at some point, you know, queen e2 and e4, just to break open the position, because I'm looking at black's pawn structure, and that horrible pawn on f6. And once the position breaks open, then the e6 pawn is obviously very, very weak. So yeah, there are very tempting possibilities to play for white. And I have to say, if I were Vidit here, I would be delighted to see this on the board, because, you know, when you play solidly like this exchange variation, you know, he's managed to provoke Duda here.
Exactly. I mean, basically at this moment, and he goes for the knight d2 for your plan to try to get e4 in. And yeah, queen a5 bleeded out. I mean, please, everyone, don't be fooled. I mean, definitely this is not preparation by Jan-Krzysztof. This is some frustration from the previous games, and he just wants to, you know, but he needs to control himself. I mean, playing just super quick in this position can heavily backfire, especially against such a fine player as Vidit.
Yeah, definitely. So I assume he's going to play queen e2, but yeah, queen e2, I guess.
Yeah, queen e2, and okay, then probably black wants to clarify this somehow. Yeah, I'm guessing.
So then white is going to have to take.
Yeah, takes. Now the big question. Okay, maybe I prefer to trade the rook. So takes.
Now another big question: do you put the knight back on c3 and go for e4, or well, actually, you could play e4 straight away. That's another question. And
here,
of course, there's b3.
Yeah, and there is also b3. Yeah, definitely.
b3 is sensible. Yeah.
I mean,
or put the knight back on c3 and play for e4.
Yeah,
depends how confident you are. You know how much you think e4 is going to give you, I guess.
Because I think that the problem is that after bc there is queen b5 hitting the queen.
Ah, that's true. By the way, he didn't bother with queen e2. He's played the knight back to c3 straight away.
Ah, okay. This is actually, I'm loving this move, because he wants to make sure that he doesn't want to give up his bishop anymore. Yeah, knight c3, king f7. Wow, I mean, now this e4 break is really hanging in the air. Can we go e4? Let's take a look.
Why not? Yeah, and take back with the d knight.
Well, exactly. Also some knight c4 tempo is possible.
Yeah, and d5 in the air as well. Ooh,
yeah, for example, okay,
very dangerous.
Knight c4, where this queen probably has to fall all the way back to d8 and then d5.
Yeah, this. Wow. Dude is on tilt, basically. Yeah, you're right. He somehow lashed out with these kingside pawns, and it's a frustrated reaction from losing.
Exactly. So I'm not really worried for him that not that he loses a third game without any fight, yeah, because of course we are also rooting for Vidit, but definitely we don't want to see someone collapsing, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Peter, can we go to the game between Van Forest and Navarro, because I was looking at this exact variation a few days ago, actually. It's this pawn sacrifice in the Gioco Piano with knight d2, and they're following a line exactly. This has been played in a couple of games. I don't know if you remember, but I think there was a game that Mamedyarov played against Karyakin with this pawn sacrifice. And this
is also Mamedov's specialty. Yeah, he also uses this sacrifice.
Exactly. This is very hot, and I think this exact position has been seen before. Actually, it's really dangerous.
Clearly, David got surprised. So let's just show what happened here. First of all, we have been seeing so many games with knight f6, knight g5. Now we see also that what kind of other options White has after bishop c5, apart of going for the classical Italian. And we see this tricky line with c3, knight f6, d4, takes, bishop b4, knight bd2.
So knight d2 is the pawn sacrifice of the moment. So, you know, in the past, well, bishop d2 is like a drawing variation.
Yes.
And knight c3 is this old attack that, well, it's insufficient for White, but knight d2 is a pawn sacrifice that somehow has been overlooked for many years and just recently has really come into fashion.
Yeah, this line is knight e7, long castles.
Yeah, and previously people had tried d6 there, but that kind of petered out to a draw. But yeah, Mamedyarov played this, for example, but some other players too. But it's absolutely hot off the press.
Yeah, and wow, I mean, okay, what should Black do? Because you might get checkmated, especially if you know that you are playing against a very well prepared opponent who check this with the engines. It might be very scary, but it might be also too late to be scared, to be honest, because you can't really stop this attack.
Yes, and our producer is telling us that Caruana beat Nakamura recently with this. Okay, very interesting. But yeah, like I said, I was analyzing this maybe, I don't know, about a week ago, and the engines actually think this is okay for White.
Well, I mean, this one is now looking very, very promising, yeah? How do you react to this?
Well, thankfully, I don't have to. I would never find myself on the black side of this position. I would want to play it with White.
Okay, so then I will have to try to defend somehow, yeah? But yeah, this g4, g5, I mean, if you would have asked me here to try to find something, I would tell you that, yes, okay, let me find something. But after c6, g4, I feel like, you know, if now cd5 is met by g5 and it's checkmate, then okay, it's, I don't know, but maybe it's not checkmate. Let's take a look. So cd5.
Okay, so I think I'm going to play bishop d3 here.
Aha, so you don't go for g5. Okay. So bishop d3, of course, yeah, there is no reason if you haven't checked with computer and know that g5 wins, then of course you go bishop d3. Correct. And now, can I take on g4? Can I shock you with bishop g4?
No, you don't shock me, because this is, yeah, I remember this trick now, actually.
I'm falling into your prep, yeah?
No, it's interesting. And I think, okay, I'm probably mixing up variations, but I think king b1 is possible now. So let's just show this. Rook takes bishop, queen check, wins the rook on g4. But instead of taking, then just king b1 straight away.
Well, to be honest, I was hoping that I will be able to play some f5 or something.
Oh, our producer is telling you he's full of good ideas today. Our producer is telling us that knight d4 is the move instead of king b1, which of course is positionally very, very nice and
preparing f3. Yeah, so
I like it.
My defensive setup with f, also taking away the f5 square. Yeah, this really hurts.
Yeah, that's very a classy, a sophisticated move from Prague.
Yeah. Basically,
nice.
if somebody, your opponent blitzes this out, then you feel like, yeah, I have fallen into some deep computer prep. Yeah, f6 is played by David. I mean, he doesn't take cd5, he goes f6, basically trying to invite d takes c6, winning a pawn with a check, but then he gets some counterplay. I'm expecting that probably Jordan will not be tempted to take this pawn.
Yeah, but wait a second. If I'm playing a blitz game, then g5 for white.
Yeah, definitely. So g5, I have to take fg.
And knight takes.
And knight takes, yeah.
And on with the game.
So let me take on g5.
Okay, so queen takes. Do you have knight f5? Is that your move?
Yeah, that's my last little hope.
Okay. And so I take on c6 check and king h8, and black is surviving, I guess.
Yeah, I also had d5. I basically had two options already.
Yeah. Okay. No, fair enough. All right. Let me just come back and have a think.
Actually, I'm loving David's reaction f6 because it might be losing and computer will not show it, and you force your opponent out of his book, and then please show me, will you able to checkmate me on your own?
I need to have a look at
checking your analysis. Yeah,
no, I'm checking the screen. I can't I wanted to see the camera of David there, that's all. I just wanted to see his face when you said his reaction. No, I'm not. Unfortunately, I can't check my computer analysis here. I've got too many things to watch on the screen. I can't go into my analysis.
Yeah, so
but obviously, I mean, white has decent compensation just because the light squares are very, very weakened.
Yeah, I mean, Tadas was sending some message in our chat that somewhere some quiet bishop d3, bishop c2, queen d3 will be a problem.
Wow.
But and yeah, it's here, but without d takes, I mean, this is, unless you know, I mean, if you know it, it's very easy that you know that this is the move. If not, then how do you come up with a move like bishop d3 as a human player? I find it very hard to, because for example, bishop d3, I'm going to take on d5, and I always have in mind that whenever you play bishop c2, queen d3, I will have f5. Oops, I will have f5 breaking the, I mean, closing down this diagonal. The move that Jordan played, knight d4, looks much more natural to me. I mean, this is the human way to, inviting cd5, then going bishop b3, and then saying that, I want to go f4, g5.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this again, a bit like in the other variation, the knight just looks beautiful on d4, where it covers all these important squares, looks at the e6 square, and well, I mean, it's very clear that white has tremendous compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, we also know that David loves initiative. He likes to attack. I mean, certainly a move like cd5 is not on his radar. He doesn't want to play that. He might be tempted to go some b5, c5, I mean, breakout, create some counterplay, but cd5 just to get a statical position like this, very hard to imagine. Again, there is this bishop takes g4 trick, of course. Yeah, let's just show that after cd5, if white plays bishop b3, black can try to take on g4, but also then knight d4 was the move. Yeah, so white can follow it up with f3.
Yeah, but
and then queen takes h6.
Peter, you've just put your head in the lion's mouth. What are you doing taking on g4? This is
well, I'm showing for the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, Okay, but obviously it just cracks open the G. It does all the hard work for white.
Yeah, so knight d4 c5 on the board. Yeah, this is the human way of, you can't tolerate this knight on d4. Yeah, you just can't. You have to challenge this knight. Another big question. I mean, how does... I mean, okay, white also needs to be very energetic, yeah, because if just some random moves, black might stabilize.
Well, okay, let me play knight e6 and
okay,
let's find out, because
take d5.
Yeah, and now, okay, the white's only option is to try to attack on the b1 h7 diagonal. So
yeah, but now I'm coming c4, d4. I mean, I feel like I'm creating my own counterplay.
Yeah, okay. There's not time for white to do this.
I mean, I'm actually expecting something like knight e2, or maybe even knight c2 heading to e3 for stabilizing d5 square and trying to go f4 g5. Yeah, knight e2 played. Yeah, this is the most natural. I think white just wants f4 g5 and then says, you know what? I don't care if I get f4 g5 in, I just gonna mate you slowly.
But then
rook b8.
To be honest, I'm surprised he played rook b8. I was just wondering whether he should just play b5 and ditch a pawn and just to open up the b file.
Yeah, but maybe he felt like, if he... Yeah, I was also kind of expecting the move b5, but maybe he feels like if there is no checkmate, then why should I give back? And b5 hitting the bishop with a tempo, and then bishop moves c4 will come as a tempo. Yeah, it's understandable. Very sharp. We forgot about our big game of Vidit against Duda. What are we seeing here? I mean, the position did not really work out in Duda's favor. Vidit very systematically. I mean, he didn't got tempted for all these e4 breaks whatsoever. He played very strategically, getting the knight to d6. Now also b4, b5 is coming. Black is in a lot of pain here.
Yeah, and b7 is just on prise as well, yeah. and then the c pawn rolls. So yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic, and no obvious way to create counterplay on the king side either. It looks desperate for black, actually.
Yeah, looks absolutely desperate.
Let's just do a quick tour. Let's have a quick tour of some other positions. How's Magnus doing?
Yeah, Magnus's game seems to be quite strategic, but white has some initiative because he has the c file, the only open file. The pawn on e4 is vulnerable. Black would love to play queen d5, but it runs into queen c8 check, winning the game on the spot. Let's just show this, that yeah, this is the problem. And after the pin, white wins. So he might be kind of forced to play the move f5, which is weakening, and it also invites some force sequence with queen c5 hitting the pawn on a7, and after b6 going queen c6. And this might be very, very unpleasant. Because if the queen leaves the light squares, then how do you challenge this?
It's not a Magnus position. He just hates being passive.
Yeah, I mean, if it would be from the white side, you'll be saying, yeah, this is exactly what Magnus loves. But from the black side, it might be very, very unpleasant.
Interesting.
Yeah, f5, it had to be played. Good or bad, it had to be played. But seeing that how much time Magnus actually spent on it shows that he was calculating the consequences of these moves and of this move, and certainly he's very worried.
Yeah, okay, let's
continue the tour. Yeah,
let's go back to Gawain against Ding. How has this worked out?
Wow, actually not good at all. I mean, the only good point of white's situation is that black is very low on the clock. Yeah, Ding has spent all his time to try to somehow control his position, and he managed. Yeah, because now he managed to trade on c3. After b takes c3, he will have knight f6 or knight c5 attacking the e4 pawn, and white's king is not yet castled. Things went completely out of control.
Yeah, do you know what? I mean, I think Gawain should probably play the end game, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's to his taste.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because okay, something like knight f6, you have to play bishop d3, rook e8. I mean, how do you protect the e4 pawn? It's a big question already. Yeah, he goes for the end game. We might be seeing this. Maybe also black starts with the move. Yeah, black can also start with rook h8, then after f5 he has this bishop d5 idea. It's possible, but maybe it's too fancy. Yeah. Okay, but it's not the most exciting one.
No, okay.
Okay, let's go back to your then, because look at this. Look at this, what is happening. So rook b8, bishop b3, b5, f4, no, bishop c2, c4, f4, b4, g5 on the board. But this is what we have been talked about, that black is also creating his counterplay. But how to deal with this g file? How to keep that close?
Fantastic position where it's like a game of chicken with people that the players are ignoring each other and just pushing their pawns.
Yeah, I would really be tempted to play c3 now, yeah, just to distract everything, because queen d3, I have bishop f5.
Is there some way we can organize this?
b3 is on the board also. Yeah, that was the other move that came to mind. b3, and now g takes h6. All right, we're gonna find out. Is this mate or? Because I don't see the mate. Yeah, without the bishop.
Yeah, but after the bishop is taken, you can play. Is he going to play h takes g7 and h6? Is that, can he get through that way?
But then I sit with my king on h7 and bishop on f5.
Yeah,
probably
but I
can.
was hoping for some disruptive g8 or something. I mean, this. No g8 move. Okay, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, really super sharp.
Actually, knight d4. Let me just continue just for one move, and let's.
Here, knight d4, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Actually, we're gonna see this because hg7 on the board.
Okay, so now the threat. Well, queen c2 and just getting on the diagonal, I suppose.
Yeah, I will have to. Wow, there is a line that if okay, I felt like, you know, I want to block this intuitively, but I haven't seen the refutation. Yeah, that bishop f5 runs into h7 check, bishop takes h7, and queen takes c2.
Very nice.
Lovely. With the idea bishop c2, rook h8, checkmate. But intuitively, humanly, you just don't want to even give the chance of white going for this h7. But yeah, king h7, you hit me with knight d4, and I still owe you a response. And I'm not sure. Very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at, of course, moves like queen g2. At some moment, or g8. I want to play g8 and then queen g2, or in some position.
And rook f7. I mean, look at this. My move, rook f7, and David's rook f7. The engine bar just says that, yeah, that's it. This is checkmate. But rook f7 is so much more tempting than rook e8.
Huh. I mean, that's mad.
Apparently rook e8 was the only move, but in a rapid game, I mean, you go with your instincts, and rook f7 is the natural one.
Wow. Okay, so let's just see that again. So h6.
Yeah, h6 on the board, but this case, then we might be seeing this bishop f5, h7 check, because first of all, is it checkmate, or I mean, after queen c2, I still had a move like f5. Of course, opening up this diagonal, I feel that it should be over.
But now knight d4.
Yeah, knight d4 or queen c3 or knight d4.
Knight d4, and then you can just take on h7.
Yeah.
And also 96 comes as well.
Yeah, this is just
Must
over.
be winning.
I mean, basically, whenever I have to push f5, it's over automatically. I saw h6. And how does David react? I'm looking at him on the camera, and yeah.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Yeah, he
doesn't
just
look happy.
He was scratching his head. Doesn't look like someone who believes in his position. Yeah, he feels like maybe he has spotted this h7 queen c2 a bit too late, but by now he has seen it for sure. I mean, he's such a great tactician. But yeah, Jordan, I mean, don't give Jordan the initiative. And he's always so well prepared. He hits you with some tricky system, which he really analyzed deeply. And he also feels the position, because we know exactly that he knew the idea, but afterwards, all this he cooked up himself already. He's a very dangerous attacking player.
I'm telling you, this system is worth examining. I mean, you know, I'm sure it's probably, you know, the big guys will look at it with a computer and find some way through. But at the moment, it is really hot, and you know, it's working in a few games at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, especially because now there are no real classical. If somebody plays it in the Grand Prix, then I'm expecting that there the players will be already super prepared. Yeah, and if you are playing at the moment in the Grand Prix, which starts tomorrow in Berlin, then there is no way you can surprise your opponent with this line. But yeah, in online events, still it's yeah, bishop f5 on the board. We might be seeing this h7 queen c2. I mean, also there is just no way white can allow bishop to h7 back, because that would be a very nice blockade. So Jordan is forced to find, and he has more than 10 minutes.
What a route. It's just completely route one. Very interesting. I'm just looking around. Vidit still looks like it's a fantastic position. Can we go to Lei against Hansen? Oh, he's played h7. And
yeah,
here we
h7,
go.
Bishop h7, and then queen c2 is coming. It's also impossible. I mean, even if it would be a bad move, it would be very tricky, because it's just so difficult not to play the move queen c2. But if it's even good, then it's impossible not to be played. Yeah, also rook takes h7 is another possibility. But yeah, with queen takes c2 being so stylish, if queen c2 forces f5, then this is, you can't resist yourself. Yeah, all eyes on Jordan. I'm pretty sure that he has foreseen queen takes c2 for quite some time already. He's just checking, making sure not to. Yeah. Because this is what our coaches always told, yeah, as kids, that, you know, you should never hurry with the sacrifice if you have time, because just make sure that it works. Don't play for the gallery. Yeah, don't play for the gallery. Play the good move, and if it works and it's working with the gallery together, that's of course fantastic. Wow. Also now I'm seeing that David Anton has played a move which is so pleasing. He has Magnus on the ropes with this pin on the 8th rank, and now he has sacrificed the pawn with d5, opening up his bishop, creating a lot of pressure on Magnus's position. Yeah, because e takes d5 might run into bishop d4, bishop b6, and then there is no way of defending the a6 pawn.
And queen takes d5, bishop b4 presumably is just winning a piece. So yeah, so that's so Magnus. Well, I suppose.
Magnus in some kind of a trouble, but hang on. We have update in the Jordan game. Jordan went for the other line instead of queen takes c2. He opted for rook takes h7, king takes h7, knight d4. This was another very attractive line, king g8, queen h2. And now black is forced to give up the queen. Rook g7 takes. knight e6 check, king f7, queen h5, king g8, and okay, this is elemental win. Queen g4 check, king f7, and he will even give queen g7 check and then collect the f6 pawn as well. Yeah, it should be completely winning then.
Yeah, fantastic game.
Yeah, he can also take on d8 first and then give queen e6 check and then collect. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, dream scenario. And Magnus, after
Magnus
d5
played e5. I was wondering about this, but I mean, that is such a risky move.
Well, but the position is bad. Yeah, he's fighting for his survival. Because, yeah, queen e6 check, then takes bishop g7, and then the king comes closer.
So yeah, but what about queen c6 instead?
Yes, queen c6 is the move that will be played, I guess. No, he goes queen e8, because queen c6 maybe can, I mean, one needs to calculate that you just bring the king, yeah, probably king f7.
Oh, okay, maybe there's no threat. All right, so he played queen e8.
He played queen e8, stopping any kind of king f7s, doesn't let you out of the pin. It's a brutal move. I feel that this is a very, very strong move. Also hitting the e5 pawn. Black can take on d5 and then try to go queen f7, but that looks terrible. I mean, after queen d5, maybe also white just takes on e5 first. Yeah, queen e7 played.
So how is the endgame?
Well, thanks to this weakness on a5, probably Magnus hopes to survive. I mean, just to show that takes bishop e5. And then I don't know if I have to bring the king immediately, but this pawn on a5 is an eternal weakness. Maybe I can just start with bishop b4.
Okay, so bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop c7, and I'm coming with the king.
Now, how far does the king get? Oh, yeah, okay. Hits the bishop and then take the d pawn.
Yeah, this is. I mean, suddenly black can even be better in such endgame.
Yeah,
because no, definitely trading queens is out of question. Now the question is queen c6 or queen a8, because if he wants to, David Anton wants to keep the pin alive, then queen a8 is also very, very tempting. But down to 2 minutes. Okay, this is the problem for David Anton, that he doesn't have much time. He goes queen c6, queen d6 on the board. And one still feels that, yeah, after trade of queens, it should be perfectly fine for black, but you can't trade on c6. So in this regard, now white can even try maybe a move like g4, trying to create some weakness on f5 and then keep the queens alive. But yeah, Magnus definitely wants to play the move king f7 next. Yeah,
big
queen
win.
8 back.
Sorry to break in, just a big win for Hans Niemann, who has found his feet again in beating Lei Ting-jie.
Yeah, but now all eyes, yeah, of course, big win for Hans, but David Anton, he knows that, I mean, okay, he has a lovely position, but he's low on the clock. How to get the maximum out of this position? Definitely repeating moves is just out of any questions.
But if you can't say anything else.
Well, I mean, queen a8, yeah, queen a8 is a move, yeah, it's there. Queen a8, but after queen d6, what next? Yeah, that's kind of the big problem. Yeah, this e6, e5 was a very classy move from Magnus. And posing problems down to 45 seconds. Yeah, queen c6 on the board, queen d6, and now we're gonna see a different move. I mean, no way queen a8 will be played. I mean, g4, king f1. I can imagine any of these moves, but not queen e8. But the big question is black now threatening to take on c6 or not? It's not so easy to answer, because queen c6, dc, bishop d6, bishop b4, bishop c7. And you can never get bishop c5, bishop b6, because, but no, bishop c5, it wins. Yeah, that's, no, queen e8, no. This is slightly disappointing. But of course, yeah, David Anton was very low on the clock. And he had to, I mean, let me just show for a second what I've been calculating, that, for example, king f1, black can't trade on c6, I believe, because this lie after bishop d6, bishop b4, bishop has to move back to c7, now bishop c5 comes, and after bishop takes a5, bishop d6 followed by c7 wins. Yeah, so for this reason, I feel like black had, of course, would have played king f7, but okay, then you go queen b7 check, bishop e7, and okay, you are still continuing pressing the position, but the clock situation, yeah, that was the problem. Magnus survived this game.
Yeah. But do you know what? I think it's very professional. You know, if you can't see a clear way forward, then, and you're very short of time, you take the draw.
Wow, lot of developments. Yeah, so Jordan has beaten David Navara, Vidit has beaten Duda, Lek Van Liam has beaten Erik Hansen. Many Prague versus Rapport is still on, but it's a drawish position. What else do we have? Everything. Ian Dinglian is about to win against Gavin Jones, so there it's over.
So basically, I think we need to turn to Pragnananda against Rapport.
Yeah, because Richie is trying to squeeze something out.
He is trying.
Yeah, and also he's way up on the clock, but okay, I mean, if white can stabilize, and it seems like with knight b2, because you are forced to go rook a3 or rook d4, rook a3, knight c4 comes, and if rook d4, then just king e2 comes. Yeah, looks solid enough.
Yeah. You know, I find it impressive that Prague, you know, he's able to knuckle down and, you know, defend worse positions. You know, it's not just that he's very good with the initiative.
Rook a3, knight. Yeah, we will see a repetition, I guess.
Yeah.
Because rook d4, king e2, and suddenly white is the one with the more active king, and the pawn on a4 might become vulnerable. And also, Richie has a good tournament situation. There is just no reason to go crazy here. Absolutely no reason.
Just a reminder to everyone that after this game, after this round is over, after this game is over, there's still one more round to play, so do stick around. But yeah, we're anticipating that this game is going to end in a draw suddenly, and then we will take a short break. And the next round, the final round of today, actually takes place on the hour. So that's, let me see, 2100 hours Central European time. So there we go. Game ended in the draw. So let me just, before we take a short break, let me just give a quick recap of the scores. So Leko Liam, he increases his lead. So he has 27. Magnus Carlsen, 21. I won't give all the scores, but just going down, it is still very tight to get into the top half. So we have Duda on 16, Navarra 14, Prague 14, Anton 14, Erik Hansen 12, Hari Krishna 11. So they're all still in contention to get into the top half of the tournament. So still really tight. And looking at the pairings, well, they're all really important. We'll dive into those games anyway when we get to them, starting in about 15 minutes. So we're going to take a short break now. Peter, it is time finally for us to take a break for the first time today. But we will see you. Well, let me see. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll see everyone for the final round of the day at the top of the hour.
first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
I kept Chessable a secret for 3 years at least, and I was using it for myself. And I, maybe never expected how big it would become.
I have always been into games, and I think games are fun ways to pass your time. Sometimes they can be educational as well, but I think chess is a perfect game that has it all. It's a game that not only entertains you, but also teaches you about life skills, from things like time management to the consequences of your moves or your actions. Once you make a move, you cannot take it back.
I really fell in love with the game. And of course, given my competitive nature, I wanted to get better at it. And I found it extremely difficult after watching countless videos and reading some books. You would put in all that effort, and then when you get to the board, it's like it all disappeared, it all vanished, and you performed at the exact same level you were before that. And I looked around for a solution that could perhaps use the latest technology, the latest learning science out there to help you learn chess, and there was nothing. So that's how the idea was born. I've been building things since I was 14, and I always enjoy bringing a community together around a product. And I mean, we got a lot of energy from the chess community as well. Really from day one, when we announced Chessable, there was thousands of people who thought this was a good idea that had to be realized. And they've been fantastic with words of encouragement, support, advice, ideas on how to improve the product. And I believe they've been listened to over these years, and Chessable is exactly what that initial community wanted. And it's part of our product process to actually keep listening to them going forward into the next years. Chessable is definitely a product that was built by players for players. I think we have stuck to that vision, and it continues to be exactly the same. What has changed is we now have a lot more great people in chess helping us realize this. You know, when I started, it was John and I, there was 2 of us, and then at some point we had 3 or 4 people. We had a small community around it. But now there is really an incredible amount of people that I never imagined all pulling in the same direction. So the future is bright. It really excites me what we can achieve together, and I just look forward to it. It's been absolutely incredible to see the reception by some of the top grandmasters in the world, like Grandmaster Anish Giri and Erwin Olami. And this sort of validation across the spectrum of players is fantastic, and it's really what keeps the entire team going. So, fabulous. Hi, my name is David Sinemaza Kramali. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Chessable and the Chief Operating Officer of the Play Magnus Group.
Welcome back to the final round of the day in this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour Charity Cup, and I'm losing my voice already. Help. Yeah, as I said, 1 round to go. Such exciting games. And remember, this is Charity Cup. Play Magnus partnership. Play Magnus Group has partnered with UNICEF, and well, we're encouraging donations to UNICEF throughout the tournament, and there's a fantastic total has been raised so far. Let me just take a quick look to see the latest. So yeah, thank you to everyone that's contributed so far. And wow, I've just seen over $59,000 has been donated so far to help children in Ukraine. So that is an absolutely fantastic total. And one more thing, Play Magnus Group has also partnered with NEAR, who are a blockchain technology company who've donated $25,000, which is fantastic. And they also facilitate cryptocurrency payments and donations to the Unchain Fund, which directly supports humanitarian efforts in Ukraine as well. So that's NEAR, who are a blockchain technology company. Wow, oh, there's a lot to get in. So Peter, final round of the day. Any pairings that particularly catch your eye there?
Yeah, well, I'm keeping an eye on Duda because I'm really feeling very, very sorry for him. And I looked at the standings because he has lost 3 games in a row today, and it might look like, oh my God, he's out of everything. No, actually, that's why he needs to calm down and keep his nerves, because nothing is lost. He's still on 8th place, which is a qualifying spot. But if he carries on all the negative emotions, and it will affect also his play now in the final round of today, then he might be in a terrible spot. So I'm really hoping that against Hans Niemann he will manage to show his best, and let's see what happens. Hans, by the way, has made a big step with a big and a very important win in the previous round. So he's in 18 points in a very good position, and the games have kicked off. Hans starts with c4.
So it's interesting, isn't it, that, you know, even a player with, I mean, I always think of Jan-Krzysztof Duda as having fantastic nerves.
he's prepared to play for a win in really risky situations and really pushes it in every game. But even with someone with such, strong character, he has suffered 3 losses in a row. I mean, I find that extraordinary. So it can affect anyone. So as you say, big game for him. Let's see if he can recover. He's still in 8th position. So he's still just in the cuts, just in the top half of the tournament. So he hasn't, still a very long way to go. But there are players chasing just below him. So it is very, very tight. So Hans Niemann, well, he's having a think on the second move, which seems a bit strange.
Yeah, well, a lot of psychology in this game. Yeah, also Hans knows that this is a very important game, and now he can choose, that he can play the move G3, which will go towards the Catalan, anti-Catalan structures, or if he is willing to go, for example, for C4, E6, knight C3, D5, D4, and then transpose into all kinds of Carlsen structures. But black also has many different moves, and knight C3 on the board. D5, I guess, will be no. And there we go. Jan-Krzysztof goes knight F6. Yeah, he actually likes the Mykonos. E4, D5. That's what we are talking about. Yeah, and E4, D5 on the board. E5,
well,
D4.
These very sharp positions. This can lead to very, very dynamic play.
Yeah, queen takes F6.
Did you see this very interesting move? This pawn sacrifice with C5.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is now.
I think it went knight F3, B6. Was it C5 in that position already? I think so. An amazing move, an extraordinary move. I think it was it Jordan van Foreest that played this? I think so.
I think Jordan van Foreest. And actually, when we are thinking about this game, suddenly I remember that there is also pairing Rapport versus Van Foreest. Yeah, it's also a very, very interesting battle. But also we see, hang on, what is Magnus doing? I mean, Magnus allowed something that usually you don't do unless you know exactly that in this move order it's fine. Let me just show why I'm so excited. Because now black has all kinds of F5 ideas, also sacrificing. What is happening here? So it's the Italian. We have seen Gavin Jones from the white side suffering quite a lot, but with black, I think it's the very first chance that he gets the chance, and he's using his preparation. And yeah, this is what I mean, that knight BD2 somehow it allows this knight G4. Usually, often people were using the move H3 first to prevent any kind of knight G4, but probably Magnus thinks or knows that exactly here this is not a big problem. King H8, H3, knight H6 on the board. Some old classics, but with pawn on A6. Yeah, this is very interesting. Now I guess knight F1 is a move.
And okay, F5 and on with the show.
Exactly, knight F1, F5. I mean, usually.
Okay, so this is certainly Garwin's type of position. He'll be enjoying himself now.
It's a very, very messy stuff, and yeah, Gavin I think should be very, very happy, because if you anyway have a rough tournament, then you prefer to get a position like this and be able to fight, and okay, what happens will happen. But I will challenge the world champion. I will challenge Magnus. Very interesting to see how Magnus reacts. But let's see, let's continue our tour. What do we have? What else do we have? I told you, Rapport against Van Foreest, very interesting.
I've just seen there's another fascinating London system on the board. You'll be delighted to hear that, Peter. in the game between two Indians, Pantala Hari Krishna and Vidit Gujarati.
Yeah, this is okay. Actually, it's a very sharp line. I mean, this is Hari's way of playing the position, because Hari, well, I think of him as being a very strategic player, very responsible player. And of course, he's playing it in a very strategic positional style. Yeah, well, but things are blowing up here quite quickly. I guess white will collect the pawn on c5, black will go for some queen g6 counterplay. It might lead to some very, very messy position. So let's take a look. Queen takes c5. I'm guessing queen g6 should be the point, hitting on g2. And then the big question, I don't even think that you should care about, maybe you have to go knight d2 and then queen g2 long castles. I believe we're going to see this. Queen takes c5 on the board.
Very, very messy. And then e3 is hanging, and oh, it's a bit weird.
Yeah, queen g6. I guess queen g6 will be played. Yeah, because after queen g6, you have no good way of protecting this this pawn. Yeah, queen g6 on the board.
Yeah, let me just, okay, let's follow this down, and my slight concern. So queen takes g2.
Yes.
Castle's queenside. Yeah, queen takes f2, and I mean, the problem for white, just for the moment, is that
I take on e5.
You're just going to take, okay. I was concerned that queen e3 was happening, but
yeah, well, I don't know what to think of this position. Queen takes is because I have rook d1, I have rook ag1. I feel like I'm gonna collect on e4, and then the big question is white does seem to have the initiative at the moment, but long terms, of course, if you develop your pieces, then the bishop can be very strong.
Yeah, but maybe, you know, maybe rook g1 and knight e4 and knight f6 is very, very quick.
Yeah, but okay, for example, maybe you can even go back queen h6. There is still a pin.
There is
still a pin.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go king b1.
King b1. All right. So now you give me a chance to go f5. Is it good, or is it just weakening me completely in long terms? But okay, I have to try it. It's a principal move.
No obvious way to exploit it.
Yeah, and I'm also threatening probably to go queen f6. Yeah, very, very messy position, but we also see that Harry is very much in his preparation, has blitzed out everything, and I think that this is kind of the starting position of the preparation, because this is kind of a, let's take a look what it was. It was something similar, but with c3 move order. Yeah, c3 move order, and then after bishop d6, suddenly there is this bishop b5 check possibility, leading to this very forced play with queen a4. And after castles, queen a3.
So very strategic, just playing to control the dark squares.
Yeah, and use this pin. Yeah, use this pin.
Really interesting.
And black goes for this. I'm pretty sure that Vidit knew that this is kind of the reaction, that this is counterplay, but neither move. Knight d2, ed4. He took ed4, not queen g2. He took ed4, and queen d4 blitzed out immediately by Harry.
Well, it means he doesn't have to go in for the crazy stuff. After queen g2, he could just play queen takes e4, of course.
Exactly. Now already after queen g2, queen e4 is possible. And bishop f5, but this doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't feel like it should be so good for black. It feels that it should, but okay, I mean, it all depends on move per move variations and on preparation.
So no, it still looks pretty scary to me. I mean, really random. I mean, there's, you know, rook coming to d8 and possibly sinking on d3. Don't know.
Yeah, sharp. Yeah, definitely very sharp. I mean, will be interesting to keep an eye, but hang on. Hans Niemann has played the move g4, which usually I would say that, yes, this is what we love. Queen on e4, and then g4 with the idea of going g5. But I see that the evaluation bar engines don't really approve this natural looking move. I mean, the structure looks very nice for white, yeah, with this bishop, but exactly that's the point that black has control. He goes rook fd. He just wants to target the d3 pawn. saying that, you know what, I have an ugly bishop. Oops, I have an ugly bishop on c7, but actually it does perfect job of defending my weakness on e5. And he also has some queen g6 ideas. Of course, now pawn on c5 is hanging, so let's play b6 and then some queen g6 stuff. Maybe black is perfectly fine. I just saw this move g4 and queen e4 and this structure. I mean, my first impulse was that, wow, this is looking lovely for white, but in fact now I'm, yeah, b6 on the board.
I think, yeah, doesn't, it's not so scary actually, is it?
Yeah, not at all. And in fact, if it's not scary, then it can be tricky for white. Yeah, black has very simple rook d7, rook bd8, putting pressure on d3. g5 can be maybe even sidestep with queen g6, and because of the weakness on d3, you have some problems.
So I mean, it depends on the tempi. I mean, probably white should start with rook d1.
Yeah, rook d1, because the rook is doing nothing now on b1 anymore. Rook bd1. So the big question, do I worry? Yeah, rook bd1 on the board. Because after g5, I also had the other reaction, queen e6 and g takes a6, f5. I couldn't really calculate, it was too messy for me, but maybe actually with rook on d7, I can do this.
Yeah, I think that looks like the way actually.
Yeah, g5, queen e6. Rook d6 played. Okay, just to show what we have been talking about, takes f5. And it looks good for black now with rook covering g7.
But rook d6 means that when the queen comes to g6, then of course black's pawn formation isn't shattered. And anyway, the rook can come over to g6.
Yeah,
which could be useful. But that queen on e4 is such a beautiful piece.
It is a beautiful piece, but of course white needs to create something, and it's not entirely sure what. By the way, in the other game, Harry versus we did exactly long castle, rook a8, queen e5 is on the board, and this was the line that disturbed me from black side, because I have this lovely tempo with queen g3. Yeah, after rook d5, I can play queen g3, and then I'm gonna move my knight.
Yeah, that's an important move, queen g3.
Hitting, and then next already moving to b3 and offering the trade of rooks, and then my knight is also very mobile. Yeah, with it in some trouble, in some nasty trouble, and also white plays so easy and so simple. Not good. Wow. And okay, take a look. Finally someone, Dingley then seems to have an incredible advantage against Lek van Liam. I mean, somebody needs to stop Lek van Liam. I mean, basically, Liam is already guaranteed the I mean, nobody can stop him. Yeah, he has how many points? I think it's almost impossible to count.
Yeah, it's 27.
Yeah, 27 points. But now, and Dingley then needs a point very, very much and got a very nice advantage out of the. Let's just quickly see how it happened, because I mean, out preparing Lek van Liam is something special. So they played some classical reti, knight f6c5. Yeah, this is all fairly standard. It had a reputation that it's super solid for black, but yeah, something heavily backfired. I'm not a big expert in this line, but yeah, if white gets e4 and white gets d4 together, this is very good news for white. And the way things are going, it's very nice. And okay, we know Dingley then plays every game at 4 a.m. and the same applies to both Chinese ladies. It's a very, very tough situation. We have seen in the previous event the Ding starting very, very well on the first day and then slowing down, definitely due to the fatigue. I mean, it's just very difficult to keep on day after day playing from 1 a.m. till 5 a.m.
Let's go to the game between Carlsen and Jones, because that's.
Wow, this was our game. This one, yeah.
Yeah. Can we just see how we got there?
Yeah, and what happened here? I mean, Gavin went for this. We were all very, very excited that, okay, he gets his counterplay, he gets his game, but was he bluffing? Or it's not a good variation? Bishop g5, queen d7, d4. Yeah, Magnus hits in the center. fe4, rook e4. And after d5, knight takes c5. But this is a fairly simple tactic that works out in white's favor now. Bishop d6, rook d5, c6. Basically, you can just give the exchange, and this is the winning marshal. I mean, okay, you have two pawns for the exchange, dark squared bishop, a lovely pawn structure. I mean, there was a line in this main marshal with rook e4, g5. Yeah, when white was always sacrificing. I mean, after queen h4, g3, queen h3, rook e4, g5, trying to sacrifice an exchange, and it was always interesting, but it was never really working. I mean, this is the dream version of it.
Yeah, but compared, I know the line you mean in the marshal, and in that line, black's king side was compromised because the g pawn had advanced. So this one, at the moment, perhaps it's not as bad.
Well, but if ever this bishop from
bishop
g5 reaches
e5,
e5,
yes.
then it's over. Yeah, then it's automatically over. Yeah,
I understand.
I know you understand.
but it's yeah, it's not there yet.
Yes, exactly. So Gavin challenges. Yeah, Gavin challenges the knight immediately because he needs to activate this bishop. This is also the marshal bishop, this light squared bishop, and if you are able to get bishop f5 and then queen g6, immediately you get very, very nice harmony. So yeah, Magnus needs to find a very nice stabilizing idea here. Then he can be very happy. Otherwise, maybe black might get his play.
Maybe he's going to exchange and just play bishop h4 and put the bishop back on g3.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the way to stabilize.
But okay, at least then already Gavin is also at least happy that he develops. But bishop h4, very nice move. Very nice move with idea queen g6, bishop to g3. Okay, rook a8. Yeah, I mean, I was euphoric about white's position because it's lovely. Yeah, white can play king h2, then can play queen d2, bishop to e5, and then slowly comes black will luck. Long terms, black has got problems. But for the moment, maybe Magnus does not even want to give this, because it's somehow counterintuitive to let this bishop takes f5 happen, but we do have a problem with the knight on g3.
Yeah, not a knight e4 queen g6 anyway, I guess.
Yeah, and then it's tricky. Yeah, takes bishop h4, very, very simple, very nice, stable advantage. What else do we have?
Well, let's go back to the Niemann Duda game, because the queens have been exchanged.
Yeah, queen. By the way, after rook d6, even after g5, already black was having no problem taking on g5 because rook is not hanging anymore on d8. So bishop g5, queen g6, and all of a sudden, this is what Duda needed, an endgame where he can just rely on his skills. Wow, rook f8, surprising. Rook f8 is slightly, yeah, rook e6 back. I mean, I really feel like if you wanted to ask me here, Peter, tell me 5 moves, which move black could have made, I wouldn't have mentioned rook f8 for sure. I wonder if it was a mouse slip or not, or he intended to put it on e8.
Well, I mean, and he's just gone rook e6, hasn't he? I mean, I suppose his idea is just to attack with f5 and e4 and just crack open the lines for the rooks, but I guess that's what he wants to do.
Yeah, maybe, but yeah, it's...
Yeah, I mean, e4.
Yeah, e4, yeah, e4.
More likely just to split the pawns.
Yeah, but that's why I'm a little bit perplexed with this
sure.
rook f8.
No, I understand.
Yeah, but yeah, e4 of course is the most natural move. So in any case, black is in charge and black is pressing. So Duda in a good shape, but at the same time also Hans probably can feel like it should be manageable. I mean, it's ugly with so many weak pawns, but I mean, the knight on f3 is a bad piece, but it stops any kind of knight e5 checks. Bishop might come back to e3, trying to go knight d. Well, it's of course ugly. It's very, very unpleasant. I even feel like move. Oh, but look at this. Knight on a8 in Dingley's game. And okay, moves like knight f5 and then knight d5 are hanging in the air, but of course we have to watch out for the f2 pawn. So that's why black played the move knight g4. So yeah, the knight is getting kicked by h3 and oops, what is this? Knight on a8 and knight on h6.
Oh, this is just what a wonderful position for white. Yeah, beautiful space.
Yeah, this is
the knight about to hop into d6, and oh my word, those beautiful bishops on b2 and g2 just kind of lurking in the background as well. Yeah,
lovely construction. I mean, everything is ready.
Yeah,
I mean, basically at this moment there is no piece which could have been in a better position. Everything is ideal. Yeah. And knight, it looks like knight d6 could just win the game on the spot or not. I mean, how could black react to knight d6?
Thankfully, it's not my problem.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, knight d6 on the board. This is a total massacre.
Wonderful. Peter, I'd like to take a look at the players that are just out of the top 8. So Navara and Pragnananda and Anton. Can we just look at their games? Because obviously...
Yeah, especially because David plays against the other David. So David Navara, David Anton. Very, very important game for us and for the tournament standing. Knight e4, knight f6.
Solid from black.
Yeah, solid. I mean, it looks like, okay, white has some initiative, but of course, if black develops, then everything is fine. So white has got to find the way immediately now to get the initiative. I feel like, I mean, trading the knights would certainly favor black. Now, bishop f5 is a threat. One would love to put the knight on c5, but then I wonder if maybe, wow, knight takes f6 played. No, knight takes f6.
But I think that was probably the problem, as you pointed out, after knight c5, bishop g4, and the bishop could always come around to g6 if necessary.
Yeah, and you know, that was the reason why I actually felt like maybe the move, it might look strange, but knight g3 deserves attention. Exactly for this fact that, okay, bishop g4, then I just sidestep with the rook. And I try to keep all the pieces on the board and avoiding this bishop h5, bishop g6 maneuver.
Yeah, let's just show that after knight c5 because it's a nice little shuffle.
Yeah, very important. Yeah, bishop gets activated with a tempo. And after rook e1, bishop h5, bishop g6, the bishop will be lovely on g6.
Yeah.
Besides this, bishop d6, rook a8 can also very nicely be activated. So yeah, white is losing the control of the position. So knight takes f6, a very safe way of playing. The only reason why I was not liking it, that it might give up the chance to fight for initiative. But okay, it's a very solid way of playing.
Maybe bishop e7 now.
Yes.
Because otherwise he's played rook e8 actually.
Yeah, he played rook e8. Yeah, that's the other idea, with just to go bishop e6 next. Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's solid. I was just thinking the bishop can sit on c5, but yeah, after bishop e6, that is very pleasant, and queen d7, and yeah,
you just sit. Yeah, so basically it looks like black is fine here. Psychologically, maybe even a little bit easier to be black, because with black you don't play for any advantage. Yeah, you just want to stabilize and you make your moves quickly. White is not the one who needs to try to create something. A move like rook e1 looks natural to me. And then even then I would not be surprised if black would just play bishop e6, because now with, for example, this structure that can arise, it's true then that black also gets a weakness, but it's compensated by the fact that, I mean, first of all, also black can even break with e5, but can also just sit with queen d7, queen d5. Nothing to worry about.
Super solid, yeah. Okay, so that's Navarra and Prague. That's Navarra and Anton. So let's go to Prague's game and see how
just a second, because Dingley then has delivered a devastating blow, I guess. He played knight d6, bishop d6, ed, and after knight d5, knight takes e6, fe6, bishop d4 on the board, with the idea, of course, that after queen d6, rook takes e6, queen e6, bishop d5 wins the house. So it seems like Leko and queen d8 runs into rook e6. It's a total massacre.
I think that's an early decision. That's gone. Okay, can we have a look at Prague's game, because I'd like to just see how he's doing as he's fighting to get into the top half.
Yeah, against Lighting G. Well, he's in some kind of a trouble, especially because he needs to win this game. Yeah, and it looks like White is super solid. I don't know exactly how much White has an advantage here, but certainly Black seems to be on the defensive side. Bishop G4 played. Of course, it's a great move because this bishop has to be traded off.
Yeah, I mean, the White's position is very solid. Knight on d4 and bishop on g3 is a rock. But is it so bad for Black? I mean, materials even.
No, it's not only that. I mean, he needs to basically win. Yeah, he feels, I think, obliged to win this game. And in this sense, I feel like if you need to try to win a position where actually you might need to defend, it might be very tricky. Maybe just rook e1. She goes for c4. Knight G plays c4. Maybe also hinting at some knight f5. Queen can target the g7 square.
That's very true. Yeah, that is a bit unpleasant.
Yeah, very easy play from White side. Yeah, this rook on f8, queen on e8 feel very ugly. Besides the rook on e7 also. Okay, it will get to d7, but it's not ideal.
Nice move. So maybe, yeah, the f5 square has to be covered. So maybe queen c8, something like that. Is that possible?
Queen c8, yeah. Well, it makes sense. It certainly makes sense.
But yeah, of course.
Yeah, also White can maybe just very simply play hc and knight f6, bishop e5, increasing the pressure.
Nice, yeah. Okay, it's a very pleasant position for White. Okay, let's move on from there. Let's go back to Magnus and see how he's doing against Garwin Jones. Oh, I can see the bishop has just arrived on e5.
It arrived, but at least, okay, Black also sits on a lovely square on d5. The construction on the queen side is compromised. I mean, I feel like at least Black has good surviving chances. Of course, White is pressing, but it's some achievement that the queen side got opened.
Yeah, but how does Black increase the pressure when the b8 square is covered by the bishop?
Yeah, well, some rook f7. Yeah, maybe a move like rook f7.
Yeah, okay, true. Yeah.
Protecting the pawn, trying to get rook b7. I don't know exactly what, but yeah, the rook should be, yeah, rook f7 on the board.
Yeah, okay.
It makes sense.
Going down to 3 minutes against Magnus's 8. I have to say, I fear for Garwin in such circumstances.
Yeah, now maybe also White can try to get rook c1, rook c5 in.
Well, do you know what the maneuver I was thinking of was bishop a4 and bishop c2 to deliver checkmate.
But bishop a4 runs into queen b2. And you still go bishop c2.
Yeah, exactly. I was just wondering if it's possible.
We have to take a look at this, because if this works, it's magic. No, Magnus goes my way with rook c1, but yeah, this is amazing.
Yeah, but maybe takes king h2 and then king g8. Oh no, wait a second. King g8 takes king f8, bishop. Does Black survive?
I mean, amazing bishop, yeah, protecting both rooks.
Yeah, that's
incredible, yeah.
Fortuitous.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, yeah, Magnus went for the practical. in a rapid game. I mean, especially fourth game of the day, you should not try to play fancy. You should play sensible.
Okay, but let's bear in mind that maneuver, by the way.
Yes, very, very important. Yeah. Now queen b7, okay, hits the pawn on g2. Hits on g2. I mean, we see the evaluation bar, you know, it's almost impossible to think when we see like, wow, there is something big in the position. I mean, I just wanted to enjoy my position. I had no intention of trying to crush through, but apparently there is already something big here. Yeah, f3, and computer agrees with f3. Yeah, it's very funny that according to computer f3, and it's complete, yeah, because rook gets to c5, it lands on c5, this balances this bishop on d5. If rook c5, dc5, it's a terrible structure for black, and you can't really tolerate this rook on c5 for too long.
Very unpleasant for black to defend. Those bishops are just beautiful. Okay, it's going to be a tough one. Where should we go to now?
Well, let's go to Richie against Jordan, because I also feel like there is some intrigue in the position. I see that the king on h2, the queen on d6 eyes the rook on b4 and the king on h2. So maybe there is something special in the position. I mean, I feel like maybe now suddenly, I mean, how to react with white? Yes, c3, maybe it was the only move, but it also weakens the structure.
Yeah, so what happens on e4 check?
Yeah, maybe this is what Richie wants to somehow provoke, yeah, because then at least his rook will get a d4 square. So I'm expecting some queen g3 idea.
Okay, so takes.
Yeah, takes. Okay, let's take with
so
the
take
king.
on d3.
You take. Now I also have some bishop takes c6, but then you push d2, so it does not work. I have to go behind.
Okay, so he's...
Yeah, and then bishop g6, bishop takes c6. That's how it might work. Very nice idea.
This, by the way, he's gone for this.
All right. Wow, very interesting.
Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so after rook d4, let's think of some options for black here.
Yes, somehow one could feel the tension. Yeah, after when I saw queen d6 attacks the rook and the king, I felt, but it looks to me that white should survive, because I'm setting rook d8 check with bishop e4 check as well. I have such ideas.
That's quite a tasty move.
Of course, you will still have bishop g6, so maybe actually you can play the move rook b1. Maybe you can, just to get rid of all these tactics, and if you eliminate the b6 pawn, then you might be pawn up for nothing. And that rook endgame, I mean, for example, the line I'm calculating something like rook b1, rook d8 check, king h7, bishop e4, bishop g6, takes, rook takes d3, rook b6. I mean, the rook is out of the game, the king is little. I would love to go for some rook d7 and then push, but you are coming with rook b3. Yeah, rook b1 on the board.
Yes, it's a good move. Cuts out a lot of these tricks. Yeah, and I was just looking at the variation, rook d8 check, king h7, and rook d7, but then the bishop just sits on g6. And of course, if rook takes b7, then yeah, this is the problem for white.
Yeah, so maybe then, I mean, unless Richie finds an incredible way of finding some magical trick to combine all these ideas, then he might end up in a pawn down position. Look at this. Yeah, Richie is in full focus. I mean, we don't see any of this leaning back and just enjoying. He knows that this is now very, very tough. One mistake can cost the game.
Try to think of a way of shuffling this round. Can we start with bishop e4 instead?
Yeah, you can, but then I might just go king f8.
Okay.
I had it on my radar. Yeah, this.
No tricks. No tricks.
Yeah, somehow Black's construction is so super solid with this bishop on f7. If no immediate tactics work, then
Yeah.
yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that the evaluation bar says like it's almost equal, because I mean it looks like Black might just end up in a clear pawn up position. Okay, with some drawing chances, but certainly situation is much more critical than the evaluation bar shows. And I think looking at Richie, we also get this feeling that he's quite worried.
Very interesting. Yeah, bishop e4, king f8.
But hang on, I mean we have to jump to Gavin. What is this? He has taken, there was bishop h7 check, king f7. Magnus was collecting the third pawn, then Gavin took on f3, but yeah, it's just nothing. Yeah, gf3 with these two bishops and Black's vulnerable king. No, this is just nothing. Yeah, king e6.
Oh dear.
No, no, this is. I mean, queen e1 is very stylish finish. Yeah, basic. Okay, bishop e4 is very good as well. Yeah, that's it. So Magnus wins. And what do we have?
Let's go to Navarro Anton. Okay, looking drawish.
Yeah, this looks drawish. I don't believe there will be any intrigue. Dingley then actually, wow, it's amazing. I mean, if Leko Anglian manages to survive this game, then we understand why he has 27 points. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Yeah, he checks and then rook c2.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, white king will still run out of h4. It's let's just show this. Yeah, that what is happening here. Rook dd7. Black can take on f2, but then we go king g3. I mean, still, it looks like. And Dingley and down to 49 seconds. But what a turnaround! I mean, definitely chances for Leko to survive.
Yeah, that's mad. How on earth did Liam actually get this far?
Well, to be honest, after queen d6, rook takes e6, I at least said that that's it, it's finished, but he encored the move bishop a4. And after rook d6, bishop b3, bishop d5, okay, I think that Ding anyway felt like, okay, this is just a completely easy strategic, technical win. And somehow he ended up. Is it already on the? No, it's not yet on the board. So, Leko Anglian is thinking now after rook b7. So, to my mind, actually, it reminds me there was a game Ding against Leko Anglian in the previous event where Ding went on to win a rook endgame in very, very similar ways. And rook c2, I think this is the strong move, not to let the king out. And rook dd7, he just gonna take rook ff2, and after rook g7 goes some king f8, and then he's threatening perpetual check. Yeah, rook dd7 on the board. Rook f8 takes f2. Check, king f8. And unbelievable. Leko Anglian will hold this.
What about in this position if we bring the rook over? So let's play rook gd7. And what I want to do is march the king when black gives checks, then the king marches to d1.
Yeah, rook gd7 on the board. Actually, it's on the board. Threatening rook b8 check, but hang on. So king e8. Can I keep chasing this rook? Okay. It's a balancing act. Yeah, it's like a balancing act. I need to do this.
Maybe that's good enough. But okay, the king can still wander over to d1. So is there a useful move that white has here? Not obviously.
Yeah, because now I'm already threatening to give a check and then go rook h2. Yeah, king e8 on the board. Rook e7 check, king f8 will be king. What? King d8? Why king d8? Why not king f8? I mean, king f8 was so much more in the spirit. Now rook bd7, king c8, rook c7 check. Now white can play rook c7 check.
Oh.
And look at this, Liam is in state of shock because just when he had the chance to survive, and it's just gone.
It's game over. So exchange rooks and then just take on h7, right?
Yeah, and it's over.
Wow.
Wow, I mean, just instead of king d8, they move king f8, and exactly the same issues white is still faced with, that he cannot threaten checkmate, and black is threatening to give check, king f1, and then go rook h2, threatening rook h1 checkmate, and white will have to come back, and it's a draw. Now it's a complete loss because...
Can we turn to another rook and pawn endgame?
Yeah.
Eric Hansen against Zhu Wenjun. Because it looks like Eric is in a spot of trouble.
Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous. I mean, he's first of all pawn down. That's the biggest problem. Yeah. Now the big question: king c4 is met by c6. Yeah, so she goes rook e8 check.
On rook e6. Is rook e6?
But rook e6, c6 check.
c6 check.
Yeah.
And the king and pawn endgame is okay for white. Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
I think Zhu Wenjun might have missed that, and she's actually gone back to a8.
Yeah, and then she has given up on her momentum, but still she might be lucky that actually white has no way of exploiting that. Nevertheless, she lost the chance to go king c4. Yeah, because to me the move that looked very appealing was king c4, and after c6, which I think is the only move, then rook c8, and after rook takes a6, king b5, going rook takes c6, hitting the pawn on c2, and looked very promising.
Okay, so rook a7, rook c6, rook g7, and just take on c2 anyway.
Yeah, but okay, now we are dealing with a different position. Yeah, after rook a8, white opted for g4, rook a7. King, okay, now she gets another chance for this king c4 idea. And even with the rook on c7, so after king b5, you don't have rook a7. It might work out for her perfectly.
Ooh, both players really short of time. Both under a minute.
Yeah, actually, we have a lot of endgames. Yeah, the Rapport Fanforest game is an endgame with pawn up for black. Also, Lighting G against Pragnanda, also an endgame.
We're being told to come back to the Ding.
Yeah, this is about to end, and it will be the first loss of Leko. I mean, okay, basically at the moment when it will not hurt him at all because he's in such a comfortable lead, but for Dingley then it means a lot because he needs to keep winning in order to qualify.
Yeah, that's resigned. And yeah, and in fact, yeah, for Ding, very, very important. But for Liam, actually, I think even mathematically, even if he loses his last 3 games, I think he qualifies anyway. So yeah, but for Ding, very important, and that just keeps him well up the order. He's actually in 3rd, so he's doing absolutely fine. Okay, listen, let's go back to one of those engages. Let's go back to Eric Hansen against Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, so this is the end game. Yeah, rook takes c6 on the board, so we're gonna see probably king d2 or first a check. Yeah, rook b8 check makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense, but I mean king c4.
Yeah, king c4. Probably the king comes back to d2.
Yeah, comes back to d2, and rook d6 check may even goes all the way back to c1, and then keeps on checking. By the way, also Pragnanda will win probably this game against Lighting G, a very, very important win then for Prague, also an endgame.
How did he manage that?
Yeah, well,
incredible.
That's another question, but also there is this very important endgame in Rapport versus Fanforest. I don't know, because this one is now very statical, this endgame. I don't feel like there will, of course, black will try, but it's not that exciting.
Okay, let's go to Rapport van Forest.
Yeah, because it's a very, very interesting bishop endgame. Bishop endgames are so difficult to assess, but I mean, looking at the I couldn't evaluate, but the computer says that black is just in time to bring the king, and with the weakness on g4, yeah, bishop d1. No, hang on now, bishop d1, and the evaluation bar says that now white can hold the game, but how?
Nobody knows how.
Exactly. How? I mean, why? What changed? The pawn on g4 is hanging. Black is in time to get the king to d6. So you definitely not get the feeling that something extraordinary happened here. Yeah, king f4 played.
Ah, yes. In fact, was it possible to move the bishop?
What? Bishop c4, and then after bishop takes g4? Not
bishop
just
d3,
winning.
bishop d3, and then king d5. Yes.
Oh,
that's our wonderful producer in Prague is on fire, and he's found this very clever idea.
Yeah, now everyone can see why we hate fighting against engines. Yeah, because we have zero chance. We have zero chance. Yeah, I mean g5, king e7 takes, and knights over. Yeah, this is not terrible for Richie because he cannot stop king d6, and then c4, king c5 comes. It's an automatic win. A huge win for Jordan. I mean, okay, for Richie, of course, it's terrible to end the day like this, but he has collected so many points today that he is absolutely safe. So no drama there. Of course, always very unpleasant to lose, but
well, he's safe. But I mean, really, if results go against him, you know, he still needs to focus tomorrow.
That's for sure. I mean, of course, only with good play you can qualify. Yeah, bishop c4 still hanging on because yeah, bishop c2 forcing the king to f4, and then the question is, yeah, bishop a4, bishop c6, bishop d5, dislocating the bishop, and then c4, king c5.
Yeah, game over.
Should win the game. Yeah.
And Prague looks like he is, well, he's just going through the motions now. He's winning that one very easily.
Yes, very, very important win for him as well. Dink has won. Magnus has won, of course, there. And Duda has won against Niemann. Very, very important win for Duda, the final position. And Vidit is surviving. Vidit manages to hold, yeah, draw. It was a scare after this. He got out prepared. And what about Erik Hansen against Yuan Jun? GC, rook g8. I mean, yeah, we see according to evolution, but it's over. Yeah, black's king is marching over to the king side and should win. Yeah, because white's king is cut on the third rank. So basically black can just play king e3, rook b4, king f2, rook g4, g3, and this is the problem when white king is not able to support the pawn. So yeah, just one decision, king e3, and it's over.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Eric. So he's in 12th place at the moment, and
Yuan Jun goes king c5. I cannot believe this. Just at the moment when I wanted to say that she's on fire, and okay, now she's winning another black game after beating Duda, but king c5. How can you go king c5, not king e3?
Oof. Wow.
King a2 played. I mean, apparently king a2 is a terrible mistake, but I'm not sure. I mean, the other one was so easy to understand. King b5, I don't think that she's on the right track now. King b2. And she's down to 20 seconds. She doesn't know what to do. She just goes rook e3 check, which, by the way, also takes away the e3 square from the king if she starts to march again towards the king side.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this is now very, very, I mean, basically I feel like white probably will save the game because you will not get another chance like this with king e3.
And that certainly helps Eric, but he's got a lot of work to do tomorrow, because in 8th position we have Vidit and Niemann. They're on 18, And even if Eric draws this, he'll be on 13 points. So that's 5 down. I think we're gonna cut to an interview with Jordan van Foreest fairly soon. We'll get word when that's going to happen. What else is going on? Navarra Anton. Okay, still looks like a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. I mean, he managed to squeeze out something, but yeah, finally, anyway, it's just a dead draw. So all eyes on this game between Erik Hansen and Zhu Wenjun. But now the rook on g4 is so fantastic. Yeah, targeting g3 pawn, targeting the b4 pawn. What a terrible miss. Not going king e3. I can't explain this.
Just a lack of confidence at the crucial moment. Actually, you know, you've got to give up this pawn, but Zhu Wenjun wasn't feeling it.
Wow, but rook h4, hang on, rook h4 now computer says it's winning. But how exactly? Because rook c4, there is rook h5 check, and I'm still in time to get rook g5.
Oh no, but then rook c3 in that position.
Exactly. I mean, okay, with many tempos compared to the other position, but still winning. It just shows that how winning that position was.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, that was a lapse by Eric, but...
And she goes now king d5, and now she gives up the pawn when she has a terrible king. Now it's probably enough. Now it should be enough for, I mean, because also the problem that when you go king e3, white will be able to activate the king. Yeah, rook g4, king f5, rook g8, king f4, c4, king e3, king b3, and then the king moves. Or king c3 even, of course, king c3, king d4, not allowing any shouldering later. I mean, so I'm talking about this c4, king e3, and then king c3, king f2 check, king d4, going towards the center, so that by no chance black's king will be able to run back.
No, but if c4, could you start with rook e3 and allow the king in, and that way it still cuts the king off?
Yes, correct.
So,
yeah,
so maybe white starts with c3.
Yeah, he needs to, yeah, but this c3 is not easy with few seconds on the clock. c3 is not easy with few seconds on the clock. And 2-1, c3 on the board.
the evaluation bar didn't like it.
Didn't like it at all.
Well, it's very simple.
But I mean, okay, this type of positions to play on seconds, it's almost impossible.
Apparently,
yeah, but I don't think we can leave this. Yeah, this is not so exciting.
We'll cut over to the Jordan van Foreest interview in a moment. Yeah, we should stick with this game.
Yeah, we have to stick. Yeah, because c3, rook f2 check. You see, I mean, every move is a mistake, but it's just impossible. I mean, I don't fault the players here. There was the moment with king e3 that had to be played, because then you know exactly that. But king b4. King b4, another drama. But why exactly? I mean, so hard to... I mean, now, of course, c4 was more logical, but c4 run into rook f3, check rook g3. That was the problem. Yeah, now king f3, so c4 we're going to see. c4.
I think the eval bar is very confused, actually.
Yeah, but now, of course, that's the point, that actually black goes rook f1, and then, yeah, now he's trying to shoulder, but it's too slow. Wow, she will win it nevertheless. Yeah, rook f1, and Eric is missing the tempis. Because now black's king was not needed to go all the way to g1, so coming back will be much faster. Takes. Okay, king d5 will be played, but then rook g5 check, or rook d1, I mean, whatever, it's, yeah, that's it.
Game over. Well, maybe we can cut to the interview if that's still going on. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely.
If we can organize that.
Really good for you. So you told us a little bit about your strategy, relaxing a little bit before the rounds. What are you going to do tomorrow before the final day of preliminaries?
Yeah, I think I shouldn't put too much pressure on myself. That's the most important, and just do the same thing I've been doing all day. Maybe spend some time with my girlfriend. She's not working tomorrow, and then I'll just look forward to the chess tomorrow. So that's about it.
All right. Well, congratulations on a huge day. I mean, a final question. I mean, how would you this performance with Ding, with Magnus, and with also Richard Report? How would you rate it in your career?
Yeah, I think it's the best streak of 4 consecutive games I've had. I also don't consider myself a particularly good rapid player. I had most of my good results in classical, so that makes it even more surprising for me. So it's definitely way up there in the very top of my list of good, let's say, streaks of games. But there's still a lot of chess to be played, so we'll see how it goes.
Mm. And we have commented a few times, David, today that there's been some pawn sacrifices, some Dubov kind of moves. Have you been influenced after working, of course, with Daniil Dubov in Magnus's team?
Yeah, I actually spent probably the most time in all of Team Magnus playing chess with Dubov, so it could very well be true. We played a million Blitz games, so that was very, very very useful, I think, for me, because he has a very special style, which maybe I learned some things from him. Definitely, it was a lot of fun to work with him because he has a lot of interesting ideas in the opening, but he also he always has interesting things to say. So it's maybe.
All right. Well, it seems to be working, and best of luck tomorrow as well, and congratulations on your great day.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Jordan van Forest, the big man of today. Can that actually happen, David? He's well into his career.
So Jordan van Forest there, seemingly sort of somewhat surprised by his good form at the moment. He's in 3rd position. Says he's not that much. He doesn't consider himself that much of a rapid play player, but yeah, working out very well for him. I mean, I think we can say that the top 3 are pretty safe. Lei, Carlsen, Van Forest, even Ding look pretty good to stick in the top half. But it is very tight further down. Remember, it's the top 8. The top half of the tournament will go through to the knockouts, and there it is very tight indeed. So, Pragnananda, Navarra, Anton certainly have very good chances to catch up. Eric Hansen, that's going to be very tough for him. There are still 3 games to go, so 9 points available. But yeah, very, very tight. Pragnananda, Navarra, and Anton still in with a shot in those final 3 games. So stick around tomorrow. I think we might have Ju and Jun being interviewed any moment. I don't know whether we can go to that or not. But
yeah, I think if we will have the interview, we will be able to go there. Yeah, I mean, coming back to Jordan, yeah, I just noticed that even if he would have, and the only draw that he made was against Magnus, yeah, where he had all the chances to win. I mean, he had been talking about winning 4 games in a row. Well, that could have been 5, and 5 incredible scalps. Nevertheless, I guess, anyway, he was very, very happy. I mean, okay, winning all these games certainly makes him forget about the chance that he missed against Magnus.
So, I mean, we can see on the board there the final position between Hans Niemann and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So, well, Duda bounced back with that win, and Hans Niemann, well, he's slipping down the field a little bit. He's still in 7th position. That's a beautiful final position, isn't it? Rook d2, mate threatened, and not a lot that White can do about that apart from give up random pieces. Yeah, he's finding it tough again. But can he qualify? I would love it if he qualified. You know, it'd be nice to see one of the outsiders come through for the knockout. But he's going to have to pick himself up in those final 3 games.
Well, definitely he still has everything in his own hands, but everybody has now chances. Yeah, the tournament has definitely taken a turn. Like, yeah, the last 3 games decide everything. Nothing nothing has been decided. Now for Duda, it was so important to bounce back after 3 consecutive losses. He started the day out there with 16 points on sharing second place with Magnus Carlsen, and with a fantastic position the very first game against Leko. I mean, that was the moment when we were even speculating that, okay, finally somebody stops Leko. Duda will be in a fantastic position, and then what a turnaround after 3 consecutive losses. He was already on sole 8th position, but now with this big win, he's jumping back, and okay, all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. And actually, I'm just looking at the first game of tomorrow, just looking at the pairings. We have Pragnananda against Niemann in the next round, and that is a really big game because Prag is he has 17 points and Niemann has 18, just 1 point behind. So that's, well, as they say in football, it's like a 6-pointer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, now I feel like this game will have incredible tension. By the way, the very first game tomorrow will be also Leko facing Magnus Carlsen. That's certainly very interesting for the tournament standing, but I think both of them are very, very comfortable, leaning back and enjoying the show, because then, of course, after qualifying, the knockout stages will start and they will have to be focused again. But I think tomorrow is the moment when they can take it a little bit lighter and maybe spare some energy for the knockout.
Just before we go to that interview, just want to remind everyone, this is the Charity Cup, and the Play Magnus group has partnered with UNICEF, and well, we're encouraging donations, and so far, if I take a look, $59,780 has been raised for UNICEF, which will go to help children in Ukraine. So if you've enjoyed the tournament so far, if you can spare a little bit of cash, then do consider donating. You'll find the links up there on the screen. So $59,000 so far donated as well. I mean, that's absolutely superb. Thank you very much to everyone that's already donated. I'm just wondering, before, hopefully we'll cut to this interview, but Peter, do you just want to show that critical moment when, I mean, we've just been told that Ju Wenjun can't make it. She has just won that game though. But Peter, do you want to just go back very quickly, just to round things off, to show exactly where this idea with King E3 could come, where we felt this was the simple way to do it, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So after Rook G4 check, yeah, also we have to mention that it's of course 5 a.m. Chinese time, so we perfectly understand that she needs to take a rest. But this was the moment, yeah, that this move King C5 felt like, you know, not going King E3. It's kind of unexplainable. Now that the good thing for her is that she managed to win the game, yeah. I mean, these are the moments that if afterwards, you know, because if you ask her about this position, she will tell you that from 100 times I'm going to go King E3. Yeah, there is just not like she doesn't know or something like, of course she will go King E3, but the heat of the battle for some reason, yeah, suddenly she hallucinated. And if she would have not won this game, it would have haunted her terribly. I don't think that she could have fallen asleep at all. But now she kind of survived this terrible moment, because King E3, Rook takes B4, King F2, and the point is what we have also seen in the game, that Rook G4, G2. Now if White starts pushing the pawn, and of course White needs to start pushing, then just G3. By the way, Rook G3 wins on the spot, but I just want to illustrate this, that what we call third rank king cut. Yeah, that the king cannot support, and when the pawn advances itself, then black can already attack it, and there is no way to defend it. So basically it's a very, very elemental win. And
by the way, I just have a funny feeling that instead of Rook takes B4, she might have seen King B3 and somehow panicked and maybe thought that, you know, after King F2 check, king takes. Maybe she thought, oh, hang on, that the king is too far away or something like this.
Yeah, and maybe she forgot about rook g3 because, to be honest, we also, or at least I forgot because I was calculating always this g1. But yeah, now because of rook g3 check, black wins this vital tempo that, rook g3, white needs to take on g2 immediately, and that's a completely different story because now black's king is much closer and it should win without any problems. But yeah, finally, she was very, very lucky that she got a second chance. And afterwards here, we have seen that according to the evaluation bar, every move was a mistake, which is already perfectly understandable. This is very, very tough with few seconds on the clock to decide how to, we have no idea how the game should have been played. But yeah, finally she won it, and that's what matters.
Yeah. Well, I'm very pleased for her. Obviously the two Chinese women having a tough time, but Zhu Wenjun has bounced up to 9 points. So she's managed to recover a little bit, so that's good. Okay, I think we're going to leave it there. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Don't forget, the final 3 rounds will take place tomorrow at 1800 hours Central European time. So we'll be back then with more commentary. And for the meantime, thanks very much, Peter. It was very enjoyable again. And we'll say goodbye to everyone. Hopefully see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Danny. Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the 2 kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you. And I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.